by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honourable House now resumes its sitting. It is indeed a pleasure to see everyone back here today. Welcome to the sitting of the House for July 19, 2023 at 2 p.m. sharp. With very limited notice, legislators have made a significant effort to be here to do the business of the people of Jamaica. I would also like to extend a special welcome to those who have joined us on the various social media platforms, as well as PBCJ. I'm not seeing anyone in the gallery. I know it was an unusual day to be meeting, and I'm hoping that we may not have to be back here Tuesday of next week, because indeed I believe all parliamentarians are looking forward to a small break to go off into your constituencies to deal with back-to-school matters and medicals. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you, yes, Madam Speaker, could you proceed to roll call, and I'll ask that statements are to be done, but for them to be deferred and to be done at a later stage. Thank you.
Roll call.
Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Mallow-Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright, Mr. Charles.
Statement by ministers is being deferred. Announcements. Clerk, you have any? Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees. Chairman? It's not yet ready. Again, we will recommit.
Madam Speaker, I will ask at this point for a recommittal of statements by ministers, and I will make my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, House Leader. Question is that we have a recommittal of statement by ministers. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Honourable Olivia Grange, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, and House Leader will now make statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to update the House and the nation on plans for the Jamaica independence celebrations and the emancipation celebrations this year. We mark 185 years since full free in 1838 and 61 years since independence in 1962. As usual, we have already started some of the activities for the celebration of our nation's independence, particularly the Jamaica Festival Song Competition and the Jamaica Gospel Star Competition. I'm pleased to inform the House that the 2023 Jamaica Festival Song album, featuring this year's 11 finalists rather than 10, is now live on the major streaming services across the world, including Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon Music, Tidal, and many others. And this has been a major achievement for us in the last 3 years, where the song is now available for streaming, for downloads, and for the writers and performers to earn royalties. This year, we have again targeted 30 streaming platforms. It is the fourth consecutive year that finalists in the Jamaica Festival Song Competition have been released on global streaming platforms. This continues to be a major accomplishment as we seek to revitalize the competition and provide the biggest platform possible, not only for the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, but for the finalists and their music. 2 years in a row, the album was considered by the Grammy or Academy for consideration for the shortlist. I'm hoping that this year we will make the shortlist. I encourage all Jamaicans at home and in the diaspora, as well as lovers of Jamaican music everywhere, to support the artist and the songwriters by streaming and downloading the songs. I also encourage people to vote for their favorite via text messaging or via the Reggae Jamaica app. As usual, public vote will help to select the Jamaica Festival song winner for 2023. Again, we thank the national broadcasters for helping us to highlight the finalists by playing the songs. The finalists are also being featured on the social media pages of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, as well as on the JCDC's social media pages and also on my page. So far, we have introduced the finalists to the nation in a live 2.5-hour show on TVJ, PBCJ, and social media. The Jamaica Festival finalists also participated in a promotional show in Montego Bay last week, Wednesday, when Rita Marley's birthday was celebrated at Main Street in Montego Bay. And they're due to perform at the Bank of Jamaica Lunch Hour concert next week, Friday, July 28, before the winner is announced live on national TV and social media on Saturday, July 29. The announcement show will take place at the Festival Village at the National Arena. There's been very strong interest in the Jamaica Gospel Star competition, and we have created a made-for-TV show with the Jamaica Gospel Star, which airs every Sunday on CVM and PBCJ until the winner is decided on Sunday, July 23. And I'm sure you're all aware that coming out of the Gospel Song competition, we have had such stars as Kevin Downswell. The ministry will also give its usual support to His Excellency the Governor General's Independence Reception at King's House on Thursday, July 27. We invite the nation to worship on Sunday, July 30 at the Independence Church service at the Waltham Park New Testament Church of God starting at 10 a.m. Emancipation Jubilee will take place as usual at Seville Heritage Park in St. Anne on Monday, July 31, beginning at 7 p.m. And as you all know, the Seville Heritage Park is where all four cultures meet: the Taino, the African, the British, and the Spanish. And this event is free of cost to the public. We look forward to celebrating the freedom of our African ancestors at this very important event. On Emancipation Day, we will have the August morning market starting at 6 a.m. at the Festival Village at the National Arena. And you can go and you can buy your produce, and you will also be exposed to things Jamaican on that morning. And later on, Emancipation Day, we will crown the National Festival Queen at the Festival Village at 6 p.m. And as you know, the Festival Queen competition goes right across Jamaica, where we have parish queens, and then they come in for the national finals. And of course, these ladies have to, it's not a beauty contest, but it's a pageant where we assess their talent, they are taught grooming, and they become ambassadors of Jamaica. And we boast a number of outstanding personalities here in Jamaica who have been successful festival queens, such as Jenny, Dahlia Harris, and many others. On Wednesday, August 2, we will have the Jamaica Praise and Gospel Star final show starting at 9 p.m., again at the Festival Village. On Thursday, August 3, we will host a very popular Mellow-Go-Round featuring the best talent from this year's JCDC Festival of Arts program, and this is a potpourri of the gold medalists from the competitions that has been held across Jamaica, and where we award gold, silver, and bronze medals. On Friday, August 4, we will host what we call Reel and Come Again. And so it will be a film night in the village where we will show a series of Jamaican films. On Saturday, August 5, we will host old school party. And so we are all encouraged to come in your school uniforms and come and enjoy old school music and old school party. And I'm looking forward to some of the persons in here dressing up in their old school uniforms, if they can still fit into them, and come and enjoy the evening. And then on Sunday, August 6th, the big one, the Independence Grand Gala at the National Stadium beginning at 5 p.m. And of course, on Independence Day and into the night, we will have celebratory activities right across the island, street dances, and a number of activities to celebrate our independence. This year at the Grand Gala, we will again introduce the 300 drone show, as well as performances from young people from across about 9 communities in the corporate area and St. Catherine. So, Madam Speaker, I thought it was important to indicate what's lined up for the independence period and to invite colleague parliamentarians to participate. I think at a later stage there will be a special announcement about the support that will be given to parliamentarians in order to ensure that they are able to host activities in their constituencies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Opposition.
Yes. Thank you very much,
spokesperson.
Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for her usual advising the Parliament and the country of the series of activities that will culminate in the celebrations of both Emancipation Day and Independence Day, which, as we know, no longer falls on the first Monday, but on the 6th. And so we will be celebrating on the Sunday. It is indeed, Madam Speaker, a tremendous period to display the tremendous talent of our people. And we look forward to those events leading up to it. And I tell you, for the first time, because of COVID, I am now attending graduations. And the children are displaying so many of their items for the festival competition. And I tell you, I'm so proud to see that we are back up, and COVID notwithstanding, people are celebrating and displaying their talents in the way that they are doing. I'm encouraged to hear that members will get some support to ensure that our constituents participate, and we will await that. But in any event, there are members who are fully involved. I know the member for North Central, St. Catherine, for example, Sligoville every year. It's a must go, and for those of you who have never been, I'm sure she wouldn't mind my inviting you to attend this year. They have some special artists to perform. And so we want to encourage Jamaica to support the efforts of the government in ensuring that we have a grand celebration this year. And Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me, today is the Leader of the Opposition's birthday. So I'd like to wish him happy birthday on behalf of all of us.
I'm sure House Leader would like to add to that.
I certainly would like, Madam Speaker, to wish the Leader of the Opposition happy birthday and to wish him many more birthdays. And I'm sorry I don't have the flower, so I can flower him. But thank you so much, Madam Speaker. All the best to the Leader of the Opposition. Long life.
Not to be left out, our legal counsel, Ms. Douglas, is also celebrating her birthday today. Let us add. Happy birthday, Ms. Douglas.
Do we have permission to sing happy birthday?
With the leave of the House, you may have permission, House. Who is the singer in here?
Madam Speaker, just a light moment. Did you know that the leader of the opposition is a great DJ?
Oh, I am not aware.
You should hear him DJ. So we maybe should call on him. Madam Speaker, Minister Malahoo Ford has a report that she can present at this time, so we seek your permission. Yeah. This is a report from...
So for good order, I'm going to continue the items on the agenda, and just to have the House in the loop, we are awaiting the report from the Committee for PAAC, as you would rightfully appreciate. We ended that meeting a little after 1. So that report is being prepared. I know we have one additional statement by Minister to come, but we are going to move ahead. I will not just go straight to public business. We have no questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, or motions relating to the sitting of the House. Nor do we have any motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, and so we will move to next public business. House Leader, Minister Malahoo Ford, please prepare.
Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence. The Leader of Opposition Business has a request.
Madam Speaker, before the Minister starts the presentation on the report and on the bill, I did have a discussion with her. This is a most far-reaching bill that has gone through a very detailed analysis by the Joint Select Committee. The Minister has allowed quite a bit of leeway in us trying to grapple with the issues. In fact, the committee had received many presentations. We had some overarching concerns, and we were at the end able to sign the report. And we have commended the Minister for her forbearing in enabling the kind of detailed discussion that provided the clarification that was necessary. The report and bill, the new bill, they were tabled yesterday, and even though it was the subject of a joint select committee, because of the importance of this matter, we feel that it is only proper that another time be set for us to debate the bill, to allow members, especially on our side, the leader, for example, really hasn't seen it. And yes, it might be the responsibility of the joint select committee members, but each member is really entitled his or her own opinion, notwithstanding the JSC. And so I'm asking the Minister again, especially as we are at one to this point, to enable us some more time to review the new bill in its entirety, and that at the next sitting of the House, we could take the full presentation and do the full debate, and hopefully we will have the accord as we are hoping to do, not only here, but in the Senate.
So, Opposition Leader of Government Business. As it relates to the report, and Minister, you may correct me if I'm wrong, you would still have to go through the process of taking a look at the report from the discussions and deliberations of the Joint Select Committee as it relates to the Bail Act 2022. The bill would still need to be withdrawn even though the new bill is not yet ready for debate. So there are parts of the process that we would be required to commence now, and once the new bill comes and all have had the opportunity to go through, we would continue into the debate on the bill itself. But the question being asked is that we at least go through and accept the report coming from the deliberations of the Joint Select Committee on the Bail Act.
Madam Speaker, I'm just getting clarification that the members on this side, apart from those of the committee, that no member received copies of the report. And Madam Speaker, it is my understanding that the new bill is actually appended to the report. So if the minister is not inclined to have the new bill being taken, then we can start by her presentation on the report, and that's fine with us.
Just for clarification, recall yesterday you would have had the report tabled in Parliament. So the discussion would be as it relates to the report in the interim. And then in the new session of Parliament, after the break, you would now move into the discussion on the bill. So Minister, please.
Madam Speaker, just for clarification, we intend to meet on Tuesday. And we intend to meet on Tuesday, Madam Speaker. And so the report is being taken now, and then we can treat with the other issues after. All right? Right?
Madam Speaker, based on the conversation I had with the leader of opposition business, my understanding is that they would like some time to consider the report and the bill, even though the report is accepted by the members of the opposition on behalf of the opposition, but that they are asking for some time. The leader of opposition business is aware of my sentiments, but in the spirit of cooperation, I will ask colleagues to accede to the request. We can set the matter for next week when we will deal fully with it. We will deal with all of the matters relating to this next week.
So, agreed? I believe, House Leader.
Let's clarify. Madam Speaker.
Yes, you may.
Do you have any issue with the report? You have any issue with the report? We can move to adopt the report, and then we debate the bill. I crave your indulgence, Madam Speaker.
The Minister, if you wish to start the debate of the report, I think that is fine. I just wanted to make one important clarification, because we do attend, having been appointed by the opposition to attend the Joint Select Committee. But as you can appreciate, each member has his or her own right to speak independently, even of us. So I just want that to be appreciated. I believe that we have come a far way to get consensus, and I think the spirit should continue to guide us so that we will be in one accord when the time comes. Right? So if the Minister wishes to open, or if not, we could take it next week.
Madam Speaker, I think just for clarification, and we know exactly what we're doing, what direction we're taking. The report, as House Leader, I'm asking that we start the debate on the report today. Anyone can speak after and express how you feel about the report, but we should start the debate at this time. Thank you.
And House Leader, I am in agreement. We have already completed the deliberations. As a joint select committee, we have to also respect the fact that they have in fact signed off and completed their report now to present. And so we can start the process. There's nothing preventing us from commencing the process, allowing anyone who would like to speak to do so, and also providing the necessary courtesies to those who have not had a fulsome appreciation to be able to contribute next week when we meet or in the coming session. So, Minister Malahoo Ford, would you be so kind?
Madam Speaker, before the Honourable House is a report of the Joint Select Committee that on the bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Bail Act and to provide for connected matters. A total of 18 meetings were held, and the bill that went before the committee was revised at length. We had numerous submissions made orally and in writing. All were thoroughly considered. You may recall that the matter that ignited flame had to do with the pre-charge bail regime. There are 3 stages at which bail may be granted. Pre-charge, where a defendant is arrested or detained on reasonable suspicion of having committed an offense. Post-charge and post-conviction and sentence. Madam Speaker, each clause was thoroughly reviewed, and the recommendations of the committee are set out in the report. It may be of interest to the House that during the deliberations, practically every submission resulted in some form of positive consideration. And the decision was taken at the end of the day to do a restructuring of the bill for easy flow. And now, Madam Speaker, we have a new bill that has been proposed for the consideration of the House, still comprising 23 clauses and 4 schedules. Substantive revision was done to the pre-charge regime, having regard to the discussions and deliberations within the committee, including recommendations from opposition members. Madam Speaker, I believe that we have emerged with an excellent bill that has struck the right balance, having regard to the rights that are guaranteed and the aims that we are seeking to achieve in the Memorandum of Objects and Reason. I will reserve my more detailed comments for a later stage of the proceedings and take a pause at this time.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the process that we have adopted, the procedure, so that we are in fact contemplating now the report, and the correct procedure that will follow is for the formal withdrawal of the original bill, and for these new measures to be incorporated into a new bill that the House will contemplate And I too at that time will give more fulsome comments. But the process has been bogged down in a good way by this issue of the constitutionality of especially Clause 5 of the bill, which for the first time seeks to incorporate formally a pre-charge bail formula. And again, I want to commend the level of tolerance, because we did receive many presentations, and I want to thank those presenters, the law school, Jamaica for Justice, etc., who took the time, because sometimes people don't really come forward at the commencement. During these discussions, they come after the law is passed to indicate where we would have gone wrong. So I really want to thank those presenters who took the time and provided tremendous teaching for some of us who had to delve in the issue of constitutionality. The AG's office was also very, very helpful in doing a separate presentation that guided us. And those of us who were adamant at the commencement, we were able to reason through, especially some of the case laws on this issue, and came to a position where we could in fact sign the bill. We contended, Madam Speaker, with the government's focus on trying to curb the high level of crime and violence. And we were very sensitive to that. But there are some of us, like myself, who believe that, okay, you're focusing on that, but there is, for us, a more important focus in trying to get those persons who are engaged in criminal activity. And for me, the more important focus is to see how we can improve the evidence-gathering mechanism to be able to catch people, because so many of them are offenders who are at large, who are not subject to a criminal charge, who are not put through the process for punishment. And I really believe that we have to, as a country, decide to spend the resources to get evidence, and the evidence gathering should not be related to humankind, but rather the use of technology, more and more use of technology to apprehend people who have committed crimes. And again, that's a matter that I will want to address more fulsomely when we speak next time on the bill. So, Madam Speaker, with those words, I commend this report to this Parliament.
Thank you for your contribution. Minister, would you like to respond in wrapping up?
Madam Speaker, I do believe that we will spend some time going through the bill clause by clause. This is a matter that impacts every member of Parliament in their interaction with constituents. I will ask that the bill initially tabled be withdrawn, and that the bill appended to the report be substituted for it. The print in proper form will come before the House to enable the debate through the various stages to take place. Yes, yes.
So I would just ask that, Minister, I would just ask that you move the motion to have the report that was tabled. Yes.
Yes, it's not. Right.
Yes, the report that was tabled to be adopted and approved by the House.
Madam Speaker, I move that the report of the Joint Select Committee on its deliberations to consider and report on the bill entitled the Bail Act 2022, which was laid on the table of the House of Representatives yesterday, be approved.
Thank you. The question is that the report of the Joint Select, read the Bail Act 2022 be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. No, after we will ask that the previous Bail Act elements be withdrawn. Continue, Minister.
Madam Speaker, in keeping with the recommendations of the report, I now seek leave of the Honourable House that the bill entitled the Bail Act 2022 be withdrawn. Yes, there is. It was tabled before, the one that is tabled.
The one withdrawn, being withdrawn. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you. We are going to slowly go over a process. We are going to first ask the House Leader to have recommittal of the items that we skipped in the hope that the relevant reports will be ready. So, House Leader, I'm asking for a list at one time and hope everything that we have had to skip out will be ready. So starting from statement by Minister, announcements and all, so that we can...
This matter.
No, it doesn't include your matter. So from statement by Minister and the other relevant sections that we have had to skip over. So we just do one recommittal and resumption of the order of business. Thanks, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, at this time I ask for recommittal of items from statement by ministers and to facilitate a statement to be made by the Honourable Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining.
The question is that the items on the agenda to be recommitted from statement by minister onwards be so approved by the House. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister Floyd Green, Honourable Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, will now make his statement.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me apologize. The statements will be circulated shortly. We had sent them via soft copy to the House. So I'll have to check. Yeah, I think so. We'll make some copies. Madam Speaker, I rise to update this Honourable House on the support being provided by the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining to our fisheries sector, as well as to provide an update on the drought and flood mitigation activities being pursued. Madam Speaker, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we had started a process where we had allocated some funds for what we deemed at that time a fisheries sector production improvement program. I'm pleased to announce, Madam Speaker, that we are continuing this program this year, because the reality is, even though our fishers have begun to rebound from COVID-19, I've recognized that they still need some support if we're going to have a thriving fisheries sector. So, Madam Speaker, this financial year, $29 million has been identified to continue the fisheries sector production improvement program, which will continue to provide grants, vouchers to fisheries targeted specific areas. And Madam Speaker, I will go through a number of them. Madam Speaker, what we're trying to do using our fisheries incentive program is to incentivize the professionalization of the fisheries sector. And as such, our first grant, which will be to the tune of $10,000 each, targeting 400 fishers who operate fishing vessels, is an outboard motor fuel grant. This grant, Madam Speaker, will be for fishers who consistently, maintain their fisheries license and who have maintained their license over the last 2 years. One of the challenges that we have, Madam Speaker, is that people get licensed and then they do not renew their license. And we're trying to incentivize the renewal of that license by ensuring that the ones who do well, we give them some grant towards fuel. Fuel continues to be one of the major challenges in terms of costs for our fisheries sector. The other thing that we're doing, Madam Speaker, is that we're trying to encourage young people and women to get involved in fisheries. And as such, we'll be making small grants of $120,000 available to 50 youth, including young women, who are operating in the fisheries industry. Madam Speaker, the candidates will be selected across local community organizations and, of course, with the input of members of parliament who have fisheries areas in their constituency. We have identified $6 million for this, Madam Speaker. As I said, we're targeting 50 youth. Madam Speaker, the other thing that we're doing, we recognize that our fish stock near shore is almost completely depleted. And as such, we need to encourage our fishers to go further offshore and to engage in pelagic fishing. One of the big challenges to that, Madam Speaker, especially for the fishers at the Pedro and Moran banks, is that they do not have the adequate safety, communication, and navigation equipment. So, Madam Speaker, we're going to make a grant available to provide life jackets, marine VHF radios, and GPS devices for approximately 500 licensed fishers at a value of $7 million. The final area of assistance, Madam Speaker, is again a number of our fishers, and we did have a wonderful celebration of International Fishermen's Day. We had it actually over the weekend. We brought together over 100 fishers from all across the island. And again, in engaging with them, Madam Speaker, one of the big challenges they have is just fishing gear, the fishing wire. And as such, we want to help some of our fishers in relation to that need. So, Madam Speaker, we'll be providing $20,000 each for 600 fishers. Again, we will utilize the community associations, the NFA's extension officers, and of course, members of parliament to help us select these 600 fishers who will benefit from these grants of $20,000 each. We have allocated $12 million for this program. So, Madam Speaker, overall, we'll be doing fuel grants of $4 million, fishing gear for youth and women of $6 million, offshore fishing safety gear of $7 million, and fishing gear for fishers of $12 million. A total allocation of $29 million for our fishery incentive program. Madam Speaker, we don't have to convince anyone in agriculture and fisheries that climate change is real. We are seeing rising temperatures, longer droughts, more intense period of rainfall, and that continues to threaten the livelihoods of our crop and livestock farmers. Madam Speaker, for the past 8 months, severe drought conditions continue to plague our farmers. In March, Madam Speaker, we indicated a support amounting to $202 million for activities to be undertaken by RADA, NIC, that's the National Irrigation Commission, and the AIC, Agro-Invest Corporation. Madam Speaker, I think it's important for us to update on how that is going as we chart an additional support package forward. Madam Speaker, we've already provided 500 water tanks to 500 farmers, impacting 60 hectares of land. We have supported 400 farmers to establish 50 hectares of land with irrigation infrastructure. We've supported 160 farmers to provide 4 hectares of excavated ponds for water retention. We have helped 350 livestock farmers and engage in small ruminant production. Madam Speaker, we provided planting material to 11,000 farmers and truck water to help 1,500 farmers. As we move forward, Madam Speaker, there are other areas that we're going to be focusing on. We're going to be rehabilitating about 100 greenhouses, Madam Speaker. Part of the challenge is that the vast majority of our farmers are open field farmers, and as such, when we have these weather events, they suffer tremendously. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we're looking to provide pond liners to 60 farmers who have already excavated their own ponds to retain water, but they need the water, they need the liners to help them with that retention. And I say to my farmers, if you have the wherewithal to create your own ponds, we're willing to help in that process by providing you with liners. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we're looking to rehabilitate water harvesting sources, wells, communal reservoirs, tanks in targeted parishes. We've already identified public catchments in 6 catchment areas. Madam Speaker, we're going to continue the trucking of water from rehabilitated and relevant sources to farmers and farmers group, and we're going to continue to work with our farmers cooperatives in relation to trucking of water. Additionally, Madam Speaker, training is critical. So we have engaged the SDC, JBI, JSIF, RADA, NIC, targeted to train 11,000 farmers on on-farm water harvesting, conservation, and management. Madam Speaker, before going to what else we're going to do, in the midst of the drought, we had a tropical wave number 4 that again highlights what's happening with climate change. A short, intense period of rainfall that tremendously affected farmers in South St. Elizabeth. Minister Witter went on a tour and saw some of that damage. We both were in South Manchester to see the damage done there, and in St. Anne, we were there last week, Madam Speaker, to engage with some of those farmers. The ministry has allocated $63 million to provide our flood response to help the farmers get back on their feet. Already, Madam Speaker, we've allocated $15 million to help with planting material, $5 million to help with livestock support, $10 million to help with irrigation equipment, $3 million to help with mulch, and $30 million to do some minor farm road repair. What we did see, Madam Speaker, is that some of the farm roads that were recently done, unfortunately with the intense bout of rain, had some challenges. And as such, we don't want them to deteriorate to where they're coming from. So we've allocated $30 million to do some immediate intervention. Madam Speaker, the House would know that we have started the distribution process. Already we've started in St. Elizabeth, St. Anne, and South Manchester, and the farmers have gotten some of this support and are back planting. Madam Speaker, as we recognize that the drought persists, that higher temperatures persist, I have tasked the Ministry's Agricultural Disaster Risk Management Committee to continue the evaluation of the impact of drought conditions and identify practical solutions that will allow our farmers to sustainably continue their farming enterprises. So, Madam Speaker, additionally today, I'm pleased to announce that we will be allocating an additional $104 million to help our farmers who continue to reel from the extensive dry conditions. Madam Speaker, to address the challenges of water scarcity and drought caused by climate change, we've initiated a comprehensive program for the trucking of water to farming communities. This program aims to provide temporary relief by delivering water to areas where access to irrigation is limited. The water trucks will transport water to farmers in need, and we have allocated $8 million for this process. I say to MPs again, I'll be reaching out to you to help identify registered farmers who are in need of water on their farms. Additionally, in light of the impact of climate change, including unpredictable rainfall patterns and increased pest pressure, we have implemented a vegetable seed provisioning initiative. Madam Speaker, our vegetable lines have been the hardest hit by this drought. Whether it be lettuce, cabbage, tomato, we are seeing significant reductions, and as such, we are going to be providing vegetable seeds to ensure that we can get production back up. So we will be distributing high quality, climate resilient vegetable seeds to farmers across the country. The seeds have been carefully selected to withstand varying climatic conditions, ensuring a more reliable and sustainable food supply. We have allocated $20 million to this. Again, as the mode of operation, not only will RADA be able to provide the names of the farmers, but we will depend on the MPs to also provide the names of some of your vegetable farmers who are in need of these resistant seed varieties. Additionally, Madam Speaker, a number of farmers have utilized mulch, which is using grass to spread on the soil to keep it cool. It's extremely important now. Unfortunately, it has also gotten extremely expensive in this dry time. So, Madam Speaker, we're making an allocation of about $3 million to help our farmers in the sourcing of mulch. Through this, we will provide adequate quantities of organic mulch materials, such as straw, leaves, grass clippings, to help farmers cover their crops. Madam Speaker, we also will be moving to help our farmers with efficient water management. We recognize that we have to move away from some of the old age irrigation practices. What we have seen, Madam Speaker, is if we implement the drip irrigation system, we use less water and we also get greater productivity. So, Madam Speaker, we're allocating $10 million to provide some irrigation drip kits for some of our farmers. The last two areas, Madam Speaker, again, we don't believe in short-term response. We are not only responding for now, Madam Speaker, but we're responding so when we have these dry spells next year, we will be in a better circumstance. As such, Madam Speaker, we're going to be helping to desilt reservoirs, constructing check dams, and implementing soil conservation techniques, and importantly, rehabilitating catchment areas so that we can increase their water holding capacity, improve water quality, and enhance resilience. We have identified $15 million to rehabilitate catchment areas across Jamaica. The last thing, Madam Speaker, even as we provide trucking, funds to truck water, one of the big challenges that we've seen is that we are competing with private trucks. I'm almost finished. And unfortunately, oftentimes, we cannot source the trucks to truck the water to the farmers. Madam Speaker, the government has to purchase more trucks. So, Madam Speaker, we're allocating $48 million this year to purchase at least 3 additional water trucks that will be deployed strategically in areas with limited water access and will support the trucking of water to farming communities. These trucks, Madam Speaker, will facilitate the timely delivery of water to farmers in need, ensuring that their agricultural activities can continue in the face of water shortages. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, just to recap, this additional support will be $8 million for the trucking of water, $20 million for the provision of seeds, $3 million for the provision of mulch, $10 million for irrigation kits, $15 million to rehabilitate catchment areas, and $48 million to purchase at least 3 water trucks so that we will be in a better place next year to face these dry conditions. Madam Speaker, this government is committed to continuing our comprehensive work to treat with agriculture, fisheries, and mining. Madam Speaker, not only are we proactive, we are responsive. And we listen to the cry of the farmers, and we don't just talk, we act, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, whether it be drought or it be flood, whatever the need of the specific farmer, this government will provide. So, Madam Speaker, rather NIC, AIC, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining will continue to provide their expertise, guidance and intervention techniques to our farmers, and we will continue to monitor the situation and as the need arises, respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh. Member Cousins, your mic? Oh, yes. Not hearing you from it at all.
Check that one for me. Madam Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than mine.
Absolutely.
All right, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, let me thank the Minister for his statement that he provided to this House. The statement was provided in two respects. One, in respect of the blue economy. And the second aspect of it was in relation to the response to our local agricultural production. So let me start with the blue economy, Madam Speaker. As it relates to the blue economy, Minister, I have not heard anything said about the insurance that was advertised and promoted and pitched to our fishers. And it's important that we start there because you have indicated earlier that there's less fish near shore, and that the reason for your proposal to provide this support to the farmers is because they have to go further offshore, which means that they are being exposed to more risk. And that in and of itself is dangerous, because the truth is that if we focus more on developing our sanctuaries, we have many sanctuaries that we are developing already that are very successful, and I believe the focus should be more developing the sanctuaries to protect our fishery stock, as opposed to encouraging our fishers to go further offshore. And then you look at what is being promoted as a $10,000 fuel grant. I don't know how far offshore $10,000 can carry a fisherman, because I'm almost certain that it costs probably 10 times that amount for them to even reach to Pedro Bank. So, though the fishers hearing the numbers may be excited, the reality is the farmers and fishers are excited for anything that is offered most of the times. The truth is that the reality is that what is being provided is inadequate. That's in my opinion. I'm looking at the figures. It's inadequate. Also, the issue of the insurance for the fishers is very critical. And so I need a report from you in terms of where are we with that? What has the take-up been thus far? What is causing any delays? Is it an issue with the insurance companies? And also what support you can get from us as an opposition to have the fishers buy into the need for this insurance, because it's critical. We have seen in recent times reports of fishers who go further offshore and are attacked by sharks. It is dominating the airways now. And these fishers who have been attacked by sharks, they have no livelihood after the attack, once they survive that attack. So we have to look at that, and I commend to you that we need to look at developing more sanctuaries to protect the fish stock. Also, as it relates to the blue economy, we need to also look at the establishment of more modern technologies. For example, large underwater cages. Large underwater cages that we can use to actually harvest the fishes and the fish stock. We have to take a more modern approach to this thing. We can't continue, Minister, to be coming here every year and keep kicking the same can down the road. We can't afford to be doing that, because that approach is not bringing the sector any further. We have to look at a more modern way of how we can develop the fisheries sector. and to improve the ability of our fishers to be able to earn a better living. Also, Minister, let's now turn to the support that you have indicated that is going to be offered. The purchasing of 3 water trucks, that's fine. I mean, there's no issue with that. But we need way more than that. So 3 is a start. But the reality is we need to look further ahead, because 3, looking at 3 is looking at how many constituencies, how many parishes, perhaps 1 parish. And I certainly hope that St. Elizabeth don't get all 3. I hope that other parishes. No, but no, I'm just saying, you know, that I know St. Elizabeth has an issue, especially South St. Elizabeth, where drought is concerned, and chucking of water is a main priority for the farmers there. But I hope also that consideration is being given to other parishes for the delivery of water and for some of these trucks to be assigned. Also, Minister, when you look at what is happening now with our chicken farmers, and I have not heard or seen in your statement any reference to any support for the chicken farmers. I mean, the heat is taking a significant toll on them. A lot of farmers are reporting that they are losing their chickens as a result of the excessive heat. And I would have expected, when you would have presented this $104 million package, that some consideration would have been given to the farmers who are losing their livestock and are in need of some support. I mean, we cannot control the drought. We cannot control the heat wave that is bedeviling the country at this moment. But certainly, whenever there is support needed for certain groups of farmers, I'll have to put that to you as a minister here in the Parliament for you to consider some, including these groups of farmers in this proposed support that you are going to be rolling out shortly. I mean, yes, we will be giving them chickens while the heat wave is still on, but you have to remember that many of these farmers would have spent thousands of dollars, many of them small farmers with them backyard farms, backyard coops, that have spent thousands of dollars. I believe it's $25,000 now for 50 baby chicks and 5 bags of feed. And they need more than 5 bags of feed. But just to start at 50 chicks and 5 bags of feed, it's worth $25,000. It's a significant loss to a small farmer who is contemplating, Minister, back to school, who were raising these chickens with the aim that they'd be able to reap and provide some support for them children for back to school. So, Minister, I am asking, Minister, that some support be provided to the chicken farmers who are now facing losses as a result of the very drought conditions which you have highlighted. And certainly, Minister, I know that I'll also commend that you roll out that very program through the MPs, because the MPs are the ones that are nearest to the affected persons. And I'd recommend that to you as well. But as far as I see it, Minister, what is being proposed is a start, but way more is needed in terms of an intervention as it relates to the struggles that are facing our farmers today. So that is my contribution, Minister. I await your response.
Thank you. The member from St. Catherine Northeastern would also like to make a contribution.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I just want to thank you for coming through at this time with what I consider to be a critical intervention in consideration, of course, of our farmers who need it, especially during this time when the drought is most unforgiving. Minister, there's just one point that I want you to consider, I am very grateful for that allocation of $12 million, which is going towards the drip irrigation, that system. And I can tell you, Minister, that my constituency alone could consume that $12 million. What I'm going to ask you to consider very seriously is that we become very strategic in how this implementation is rolled out, so that the constituencies that most need it will have it. Because, Minister, Northeastern St. Catherine, for example...
Remember, the rule is that you ask questions based on a statement by the minister. So your questions...
No, I am having a very strong run-up to a good question.
No. So strong runner, because because similar courtesies will not be extended by the speaker for both sides. I would ask that you stay to the question. Stick to the question.
You're going to hear the very strong question,
Absolutely.
Speaker.
Question.
Yes. I know the member from North Central St. Catherine. I know that she feels just as strongly about it, that the strategy that we will use. So, Minister, my question is this. In consideration that we have this $12 million allocation and we have the 63 constituencies, what will be the strategy that will be employed, ensuring that constituencies like Northeastern St. Catherine and North Central, that the drip kits, the drip kits will not just remain at the RADA office waiting to be picked up when constituencies like mine urgently need it? Is that a good question, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you. A very good question. East Rural St. Andrew would like the answer too. We'll take Member Phillips first from Manchester, and then Member Hilton would like to ask a question. Okay.
Madam Speaker, through you. Just coming off of a similar question from the member from St. Catherine. Minister, when we got the last allocation for drought mitigation, it was a challenge that I had in my own constituency too, because we were limited only to tanks. And as just like the member was just explaining, each constituency is different. Because the issue that I have in mind is the proximity to the farms, to where the delivery of the water can be made. And in each constituency there are different situations that will arrive. And the best result for mitigation in mind would have been seeds and fertilizer for those farmers. In this allocation, will it be only limited to tanks or drip irrigation, or will there be a mixture of intervention to each constituency that we can basically dictate with our RADA officers in consultation in what is the best fit for each constituency? Or are we limited only to what is now instructed by the Ministry of Agriculture through this program?
Yes, Member Hilton, and then afterwards, Member Daly. And that concludes the question session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I feel especially important that I rise on this matter, because I've written on other occasion to the Ministers of Agriculture to point out that Western St. Andrew, which is traditionally viewed as a purely urban constituency, and the response from members here suggests that. But, Madam Speaker, Western St. Andrew has changed both in its geography and its demography from what it has been 10 or 15 years ago. And I want to point out, and I understand the cynicism, but a good part of what used to be West Rural St. Andrew has been placed onto Western St. Andrew over the last 10 years. And we have significant farmers, and Radha will attest to the work that has been done, and because we've brought them into the constituency to look at, and it's a tremendous farming area in what used to be in the Cypress Hall area and Happy Grove areas. Significant farming activities. Also, for fishers, the Seaview Gardens Fishing Association has been a traditional and historic activity in Seaview Gardens, and they remain important actors, right, in the area. And so I must, because as I said, the cynicism and the really lack of knowledge and appreciation that these are the farming activities in the constituency is quite significant and are in need of assistance. And I've written to you before, and I want to place on record publicly and in this Parliament that the farming activity is significant and that Western St. Andrew is multifaceted in this area and needs to be acknowledged, and also that their farmers be assisted. All right? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, Madam
Member Daly,
thank you very much.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much,
please.
Madam Speaker. Minister.
St. Catherine, Eastern.
Right. Madam Speaker, Minister, I do not know if you have any knowledge that most of the times when we give these tanks, the base has posed a big problem for them to take up the offer. The building of the base, we have to be very realistic. If you're giving them one, you have to retrofit so that they can get these things. And there are many times that, and it might appear as if they get a tank and they get all of this, so they must cannot afford the base. But in truth and in fact, Minister, they cannot afford it. I do not know where in your budget that you could just give them the complete thing. Just give them the base and give them the tank, instead of giving them the tank without the base. And then they are there, they get that tank, but they can take up the offer because they have no base, and they really don't have it. As a result, they come back to us as members of Parliament, and there are times when we try, but it's very difficult. So in your program, I believe you should really look at that as well.
Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'll start from the member of St. Catherine Eastern and work my way back. I understand the concern and I understand the challenge. And clearly, as a member of Parliament, I also appreciate that sometimes it's very difficult for some of the farmers. You know, it's always a balance in crafting these programs. The reality is that the tanks last longer. You're able to put in better systems when you put it on a base, and especially if it's connected to drip irrigation, so you get some of the benefit of gravity. So it's sometimes very difficult because clearly we still do have limited budgets, right? And you oftentimes have to wonder, is it better to do additional tanks and try and get the support, or to do the base? I think what we have erred on the side of is try to help more farmers with the actual tanks and see if we can pull together to do the basis. But I've taken what you've said, we look back at it. But I hope you understand, you understand how we reached there. The member from Western said, Andrew, I have seen your letter, we've spoken about it. I am aware that your farmers have started to get some support. In fact, I heard that we had a machine that dealt with cutting grass and creating feedstock, and it operated not only in, I think, the Speaker's constituency, but it also operated in part of in part of your area. Any additional support, wherever the farmers are, we will try our best to help. The member from Manchester Northwestern, no, this program has a greater mix, right? So we're looking at trucking clearly, we're looking at seeds, we're looking at irrigation kits, right? So when we do Right to You, you will be able to choose from across the mix as your constituency needs. I think great issue raised by the member from Northeastern St. Catherine. I've always taken the approach that one cap doesn't fit all, right? So even when we do our fisheries, if you don't have a fishing beach or if you have less fishers than another area, then the level of support can't be the same. And that's the same thing that we want to do with these allocations. We have to look at the amount of registered farmers across the constituencies and of course, and try to make the allocation based on that, right? What is important is the MPs need to ensure that their farmers are registered, right? A number of MPs, and I'm speaking as an MP, a number of MPs, we have people in farming, but they're unregistered. And the truth is, the only thing we can use is to pull a list of registered farmers and use that to look at the allocation and the distribution, right? So it's very, it's very important, Member Mackenzie, that you register farmers that you have. That's very important. And definitely, we will, what I've also heard from you, Member, is the monitoring to ensure that when the project starts and the things are distributed, that the thing goes. The other thing, I had done this, we had sent out some letters the last time, and I've already asked the team to look at the allocations that were given to MPs and to see where those allocations have not been used. Again, it is unreasonable that some allocations are unused when there are others that are expended and have more farmers in need, right? So we're going to send a warning notice. I'm telling you now, we're going to send a warning notice, right, to see how we can ensure that the allocations reach to the farmers.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the Minister speaks about RADA and registering farmers, and I support that. However, the point of order I want to make to the Minister is that RADA is understaffed in many instances in the parishes, and it leads to a degree of incompetence that is why the farmers, Minister, don't want to register. In my constituency, for instance, for the size of the constituency, you really only have 2.5 extension officers. And so, well, so the point of order I'm making, Madam Speaker, is while I want to just, it's not a correction, but to caution the Minister that as we go down, and I support the statement, I support the water tanks. I know the exigencies that he speaks about because I experienced them. However, we need to be mindful that RADA needs to be revolutionized because their processes are slow.
So, Madam Speaker, there's no divergence. I think without a doubt, one, we do not have enough extension officers. When you look at the worldwide standards in terms of how much extension officers are to be to farmers, the numbers, we are understaffed in that regard. As with all government agencies, you also do have people who are not performing, right? And we will have to, and a process has started, but we will have to restructure rather. There's no if nor but about that. We will have to restructure rather. All right, two more. The opposition spokesperson on agriculture. Well, firstly, thanks for the support, although, you know, you, as you know, one, just to answer some of your specific things. There is an allocation for livestock farmers, for chicken farmers, right? They will not be left out. We had an allocation from them in the prior drought mitigation program. We gave them additional $5 million in relation to the flood recovery. So we will be dealing specifically with our chicken farmers. You know, these additional 3 water trucks, I say additional because we had done 2 water trucks a couple of years ago. So now this will be 5. And this is the first NIC has got water trucks in 2 decades, right? The reality is that nobody was trying to give NIC the capacity to respond. And as you know, we're not only doing water trucks, as the member knows, in his own constituency, we're at least bringing over 100 hectares of land on the irrigation water supply in the Parnassus region. And I plan to come and tour soon because that is the real solution. Water truck is just when you don't have irrigation. So we're dealing with fundamental change, not just in relation to the provisions of our response mechanisms. In relation to the blue economy and some of the things that you asked, one, so yes, we were able to get one of our private insurers to provide insurance for fishers, and 2 companies in 2 different ways. Advantage General, when we had knocked on the door, had responded positively, and they now provide insurance for fishing boats and for fishing engines, right? And that is a very positive development. The take-up has not been great, right? And I think all of us, right, will have to spend some time ensuring that our fishers are aware. Based when I looked at what was being offered, it's very reasonably priced. So I think we will really have to go on the road with the company to ensure that people know about it. I will look in our next budget cycle to see if anything needs to be done. The Minister of Finance is here, but sometimes with these things you need to sort of encourage participation. Ultimately, it helps us in the long run when they have their difficulties, so they don't, you know, they don't have to rely on the ministry. Just to say, we also work with the private sector to introduce health insurance, and our fishers can get health insurance whether by virtue of Sagicor or Guardian Life. 2 companies, very competitive, and I can tell you that one, the fishers have been taking up the health insurance and the life insurance. The other thing, member, I couldn't go into everything in the response, but just so you know, we are doing 2 sanctuaries this year. We're going to commission 2 new sanctuaries, so we are taking a holistic approach. So I do agree, part of the approach has to be building the fish stock. We have 18 sanctuaries. We've seen that they have done well. We've seen the fish population come back in those areas, and we've already earmarked 2 to do. I don't want you to decry the $10,000 because the reality, the $10,000 was not tied to the offshore. The $10,000 is a reward mechanism for the fishers who consistently license. And I can tell you, when we announced this on Saturday, they were very grateful because licensing is a fee. They pay the fee, they get nothing back. We're saying we're encouraging compliance. And, you know, in Jamaica, we say every mickle, make a muckle. And I know you are familiar with those terminologies. So the help regarding offshore is to provide things like life jackets, GPS, navigation devices in relation to offshore. Just to say, in relation to modern technologies, we are way down the wicket. I heard the proposal regarding the cages, right? Everything with fisheries, you have to look at the ecosystem that we have and whether it can be sustained. What we are looking at now is fish aggregation devices, right? Barbados has implemented fish aggregation devices. They are reaping some benefits, but we have to examine it carefully to ensure that our ecosystem can withstand. We don't want to do anything that is holding us back. Just to say, we are working with the World Bank, we are working with the Japanese to look at first-class technology in relation to fisheries. And there will be another time that I will speak more about that and some of the programs that we have on the agenda. And we are working members with JSIF also to see how we can get more resources. You know, one of the things that I'll close on this, clearly what we've had to do is to look at our existing budget and to do some reallocation, right? To ensure, in our parameters, to ensure that we can provide not only response, but that we can provide the fishery support. One of the things, and I'm, you know, hopeful, I know that next year when we come to our next budget cycle, something like the Fisheries Incentive Program should become a part of what the ministry does, full stop. Because just as our farmers get the support, our fishers need the support as well. Thank you, thank you.
Continuing in statement by ministers, Minister Clark. Do you need the podium?
Madam Speaker, the bauxite and alumina sector is critical to the economic life of Jamaica. There are currently 4 operators. Jiska Alpart, Discovery, or 4 companies. Discovery Bauxite / Naranda, Jamalco, and Windalco. Of these 4, Madam Speaker, there are only 3 bauxite alumina companies operating in Jamaica today and producing. Those 3 are Discovery Bauxite, Naranda, Jamalco, and Windalco. Of these 3, Madam Speaker, only 1 is fully in the private sector. The government of Jamaica owns 51% of Discovery Bauxite and 45% of Jamalco. So there's only 1 fully private bauxite alumina company operating, producing, and exporting from Jamaica today. Windalco, which is the only fully private bauxite alumina company, owns the Kirkvine refinery, which has been closed since December of 2008. And they also own the Yoaton refinery. Madam Speaker, Windalco is the only of the 3 bauxite alumina companies operating in Jamaica today that remains on the traditional bauxite production levy. The other 2, it should say, and I'll correct that in the one that's distributed, the other 2 operating bauxite alumina companies, both of which have government ownership, have been off of the bauxite production levy. In the case of Jamalco, from about 2002, and in the case of Discovery Bauxite, from 2016. Madam Speaker, Windalco, which is owned by UC Rosal, which in turn is owned by EN Plus, which is a publicly traded company on the London Stock Exchange. In fact, it's a London-based company. I think it trades on the New York Stock Exchange as well, and it has 4 American directors, one of whom is chairman. Windalco has been faced with serious challenges over the past few years. These include an extremely high cost of production for alumina, which is coupled with the very uncompetitive cost for alumina on the world market today, ever since we had the trade war between the 2 largest economies in the world. Two major contributory factors to the high production costs at Windalco are the inferior quality bauxite ore, which is available within their mining lease and easily accessible, i.e. Uaton, and that affects the quality of the alumina that's produced and hence the price. Another factor is the cost of energy, which is above similar costs in other competing countries. And another source of uncompetitiveness is the amount payable for the bauxite production levy. As such, Madam Speaker, Windalco has experienced significant losses. These losses have persisted, and without significant adjustments to the cost structure of the operations, the only fully privately operated bauxite alumina company, you can look at those, would have to close down. We have one privately owned bauxite company, and they're in a position where they're on the brink of shutting down. Madam Speaker, we have been in dialogue with Windalco about these issues in the past and have maintained the levy regime despite their advocacy. However, Madam Speaker, the situation has deteriorated and the challenges currently faced by Windalco have brought them to the brink of closure. In an effort to remain in operation, they have reached out to the government for assistance. After assessing the situation, the government has agreed to provide Windalco with a 2-year relief from the payment of the bauxite production levy. This cushion is to allow them the latitude they will need to put in place the systems to make their business viable. Windalco employs 600 persons directly and 1,187 persons indirectly. Of the persons who are directly employed, the average salary is $40,000 US, which is approximately 7 times average income in Jamaica. The Windalco plant's average salary is 7 times per capita GDP. It is safe to deduce, Madam Speaker, that more than 8,000 persons who are primarily persons of the Uaton community benefit directly and indirectly from the operations at the Windalco plant, not least of which are small business owners, including shopkeepers and bar owners. Madam Speaker, the important agreement is that during the period of the waiver, the jobs at Windalco will be maintained. Additionally, Madam Speaker, during the period of this waiver, production at Windalco, during this period of the waiver, Windalco has committed to producing alumina in terms of volume at a level that is 10% higher than what was produced in 2022. We will also seek during this period to revise the bauxite production levy regime to make Jamaica more competitive in this industry. And the government will ensure that a payment schedule is developed for all outstanding amounts owed by Windalco to the government for bauxite levy accruing from previous periods. Madam Speaker, the waiver for Windalco in respect of the bauxite levy is about jobs and it is about foreign exchange. In light of current circumstances, it's about looking at the bigger picture and preserving relatively high-paying jobs in Jamaica, preserving approximately, I'm giving us a round figure, $150 million US of foreign exchange for Jamaica. The simple fact, Madam Speaker, is that without a waiver, the plant would close, relatively high-paying jobs would be lost, and growth would take a hit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have 3 questions for the Minister. Could he indicate what the cost to the government of foregoing the bauxite levy for the 2-year period, what that will be? Secondly, can he indicate what are the sums owed by Windalco in prior periods for the bauxite levy? And third, could he confirm whether the assessment of the financial situation of Windalco has been done by a determination by an assessment of independent audited financial statements or accounts? Those are my three questions. The three questions, let me just repeat: the cost to the government of Jamaica to forego the 2 years of the levy, what is the outstanding amount owed by Windalco for previous bauxite levies, and the assessment of the dire financial situation, whether that was done by independent audited financial accounts.
In addition, there will be questions posed by the member from Manchester, Northeast.
Madam Speaker.
That's what you said. Huh? You have a question. You are holding up your hand prior to...
Well, Madam Speaker, there has not yet been a response. Yes, and you want to answer first? Can you allow him to answer first? Answer first, sir. He wants to.
So, Madam Speaker, I don't have the precise figure, but the Windalco has been on the bauxite levy regime from 2018 until now. Let me remind this House that the previous government had reason to grant Windalco a bauxite levy waiver between the period of 2012 to 2018. Since 2018, we have insisted that the bauxite levy remain, and they have been on it to the point of 2023. There are amounts owing over that time period, and I would only be in a position to give you an estimate as opposed to the precise figure. But the amounts owed, and maybe by the end of the session I'll get information. My phone isn't, I don't know, it's not picking up. But what we're going to do, member, is the amounts. Windalco is the only company that has been paying the bauxite levy, and they have been. There was a hiatus because they had financial troubles. They resumed and were paying the back amounts. And even last month, in June, the government would have received an amount in June 2023 relating to a previous period. I will get back to you on the total amount owed. The cost to the government, or the amount of the bauxite levy in any particular year, you will no doubt know, depends on the price of the bauxite and the production levy. So I could only give you an approximation, and it could be off by $1 million, $1.5 million either way. So an approximate figure would be about $5 million US, plus or minus, per year, plus or minus $1 million, $1.5 million, somewhere in that range. But I want to contrast that with, Madam Speaker, the fact that the payroll for Windalco on an annual basis is $24 million US. $24 million US on an annual basis. That goes to 600 Jamaicans. And that is what is at risk. If the plant closes, that $24 million US that comes in every year to pay Jamaicans would go to zero. And what we are giving up in order to ensure that those jobs are saved is an amount of $5 million approximately. So it's $5 million that you give up, but we keep $24 million per year of jobs in Jamaica. And in addition, Madam Speaker, the bauxite that they export, or the alumina they export, brings in foreign exchange earnings of an approximate level of $150 million US. In terms of an assessment, the question assessment of the financials. So the parent companies is publicly traded. The fact that the entity, certainly UC Rosales information is publicly available. EN Plus who is the parent of UC Rizal, their information is also publicly available. It's no secret that in the case of UC Rizal, there were reports of their audits not being able to be there were reports, and we use that word, of qualifications to the audited financial statements because people wondered about the going concern nature of the operations and the losses that they have experienced are detailed in their annual report. That's publicly available. No, I'm answering in steps. I said EN Plus, UC Rizal, that's publicly available as well. With respect of the Jamaican operations, the chairman of the company, who is a former senior government official in the United States government, he's now retired, he's a former Undersecretary of State, I think under Condoleezza Rice, and he was Assistant Secretary of State under another Secretary of State. He's now in a position of chairman and brings a particular, we have been made to understand through dialogue and conversation with him that the local operations, have lost substantial amounts that I would not necessarily, go into detail on the exact amounts. Since it's a private entity, but substantial amounts, and that's not new. They were willing to tolerate the losses under prior global circumstances, but under these circumstances, the nature and the level of the losses are such that the only other viable option would be closure.
One other question. So the removing the levy of $5 million US would allow them to increase their production, as they have indicated, as you have indicated in your statement, that they'll produce 10% higher. And so the increase in production would be a result of a reduction in their costs? I don't see that correlation.
No, I think they have a long way to go to reduce the cost substantially. Giving up of the levy, and you remember I told you an estimate with a range, giving up of the levy would reduce some of their costs, but it would not, in and of itself, trip them into a profitable position. With respect to the production, last year they produced 422,000 tons, and that was coming down from a period maybe a few years earlier where the production was a bit higher. Over this 2-year period, they have agreed to have production at a level of 460,000 tons, which is a 10% increase. And that is good news for the industry, for the people employed, and for Jamaica. This, member, is just one of other steps that are being taken. This step within the control of the government to assist in the situation, but there are other things that have to happen. For example, I know the member has asked this question before, the Kirkvine reserves of bauxite are of much higher quality than the Yuatan reserves. And the higher quality would mean higher gross profit. The challenge is getting to the Kirkvine facility from the Yuatan plant today is not possible. A road has to be constructed, and the government has a role to play in terms of, in terms of enabling that to some extent. It is my hope and expectation, and indeed it is the intent, that that road is put in place, obviously at their expense, so that the production facility can have access to the higher quality bauxite that's at the Kirkvine facility.
Madam Speaker, the issue of the survival of the players in the bauxite aluminum sector has confronted us time and time again. And this is largely due to the fact that Jamaica continues to be regarded as a swing location. So when the conditions are severe, the companies resort to closure and or requests for concessions. So we have been here before. In fact, in 2013, we had the direct prospect of the closure of Windalco. I had to issue certain threats in relation to that stay of execution. To this point now where we are again having the prospect. Minister, I remember in 2013, the price of alumina took a hit. I am not aware today that the price of aluminum, in fact the price of aluminum, I think it has been quite buoyant. And so I would like to ask you in relation to the conditions, where are we with the price vis-a-vis the cost? You did mention that the two issues that affect the costs are the low quality of the ore and the high price of energy. We did seek, and I'm asking if you have sought, in getting a trade-off, a positive for the concession, firm commitments in relation to the lowering of the cost of production so that we don't have to come this route again. The aim really ought to be to get the company at a level of efficiency so that a fall in price, even though I'm not seeing a fall in price today, doesn't derail the entire business and put it into a loss-making position. So perhaps you could explain why is there a loss today, because I'm not seeing a much lower price for alumina than it has been previously. And how do you satisfy in your mind that there is in fact an actual loss? And just speaking generally of the industry, Minister, the industry is under pressure because, among other things, there are environmental issues, but also people don't see the corresponding benefits that ought to flow, and those benefits will only flow when revenues are generated to put back into the communities. And you did say it's only Windalco that now contributes to the levy. I think a strategy has to be devised where we put all the players back into that regime. It was a very good concept and system that was put in place. Jamaica realized a lot of revenues that went back into the communities. And until we get back to that stage where we can generate a tremendously more, far more amount to the bauxite levy, we are going to see the increase in pressure and tension between the community and the companies. I do acknowledge that the jobs are relatively high paying, in fact higher paying than some of the other industries that we support. So I acknowledge that. But I think we have to have a long-term strategy so that we don't have to be here every so often.
Minister, before you respond, there was a question from a member from Manchester Northwest. I'm not sure if he's still asking the question.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be followed by a question from Clarendon Southwestern.
Madam Speaker,
and then you close, Minister.
Through you to the Minister, because each time that the levy is somewhat put on hold, and being a member of Parliament from a constituency that mining takes place, and the original intent, or one of the intent of the levy, was so that funds will flow back into the communities to help to develop these communities. Ever since I've been elected to this House, the funds that flow through JBI to communities like those that I represent is a mere $4 million. I think it is every 3 or 4 years. Seeing that there's nothing that will be flowing levy flowing into the coffers of the government now, what will be the status of those community development funds, the CDF as it is termed, that would normally come to constituencies like mine and others that have mine, like South Manchester and others. Will that continue, seeing that there is no inflow into the coffers of the government? And just to ask the Minister, there was a profit sharing with the St. Anne's-based bauxite company and the government. There was no levy, New Day, no levy coming from that, but a profit sharing. Can the Minister state if the government itself has received any of that profit, or is it still one that was just a pipe dream, as was introduced by the former minister?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I heard you mention earlier that a road will have to be constructed from Kirkvine, where the high value reserves are. Are you referring to a real road or a haul road? Haul road? Interesting. I'm thinking about the terrain and the distance between the parishes and the nightmare in terms of arranging all of that. I'm thinking that perhaps you may have to consider the haul road as the real road as a likely solution. However, notwithstanding that, have Windalco indicated to you how much money they owe the local contractors? That's another issue. As I said, they pay the staff X amount per year, but they owe a lot of local contractors significant sums. So that's also an issue you have to discuss with them. And can the minister say how much money they have indicated that they owe the local contractors and that are still outstanding and past due payment for months? You know, so those are my questions for now, Minister.
Minister.
Thank you, members, for the comments and the questions. I just got some figure on something that a member from Southeast St. Andrew had asked. From 2018 to 2023, the total levy due would have been $32 million US. And just so you understand, the production volumes in 2020 and 2019 were much higher than they are today, and 2020, approximately, quite a bit higher. Of that 32 million between 2018 and 2023, we have received approximately, I'll give you approximate numbers, about 20 million of that. So we still have, in terms of amounts owed, about $12 million US to still collect. But as I mentioned earlier, that 20 million US that we received in bauxite levy payments over that time period would have been the only entity that would have been contributing to the bauxite levy. And as a result of these inflows into the CDF, as I mentioned, when we have those resolutions to draw from the CDF has been on an upward trend over the last few years as compared to the period at the global financial crisis and immediately after. You remember in the global financial crisis, Capital Development Fund, you're right, sorry, the Capital Development Fund. In the global financial crisis, Jamaica had to turn to that fund, and in the years after, there were waivers for basically all players, and nothing was coming in. So the last 5 years, thankfully, we've been able to add approximately 20 million US, $3 billion approximately to the Capital Development Fund. We have taken out 200 million a year for the operations of the Jamaica Bauxite Institute. We have another 12 million US, which is about 1.8 billion Jamaican to come in. So I think that for the foreseeable future, the Capital Development Fund has enough in there to, deal with the, local issues if that is how we choose to use it. On the question of, right, so yes. Yes. That's a different statement. Okay. Yeah.
Member Hano,
The short answer is yes.
The minister was actually wrapping up. I had actually completed and concluded question session. I think you must have been outside. Oh, my apologies for the fact that you were on a call, but we have completed the section in asking questions on this, and Minister is closing. Minister?
Okay, let her go. Yeah.
No. Are you going to finish, or?
I haven't finished. No, but she was,
because
she was telling me to continue.
Yeah.
So, with respect to the question that was, I'm happy for the very balanced contribution. Someone who has held a mining portfolio, it's very important that we get a balanced contribution from you. And you're correct in the fact that Jamaican operations have been swing operations. And when there's a downturn, among the first places in the world that get affected are us. The reason is that our operations are not yet in the top tier of the top quartile of efficiency. And when there's a downturn, the ones that are least efficient, they get affected first. And I know the minister will speak to the strategic efforts over time that will be made to improving the efficiency of the sector. Energy is certainly one of them, that Jamaica just has to become a lower cost producer of energy. One of the biggest beneficiaries of that would be the bauxite alumina sector. With respect to the prices today are not at their lowest levels, but they're not at their highest levels either. The prices for both alumina and aluminum are what we'd call soft, and then there are extenuating circumstances as well. You know that trade between East and West, for a variety of reasons, has been disrupted, not only between China and the United States, but between Russia and the United States as well, and many other factors that complicate the supply chain in the alumina sector. The fact that the companies are experiencing challenging financial times is borne out by the observation made by our colleague member, who pointed out that the effects of the change in fortunes of Windalco are already being felt by persons and entities who supply services to that company. And the member reports, and I think he reports with some degree of authority, that some suppliers, some contractors are having difficulty being paid. It's not, I think it's obvious for anybody who wants to pay attention that Windalco is under financial distress, or not distress, but it's financially in a challenging situation. That has been the case for a number of years. It's just that it's gotten worse, and because global conditions have deteriorated, the appetite to absorb the losses is substantially reduced, to the point that they'll be willing to stop the operations here if there isn't a path towards, if there's no assistance in the path towards resuscitation of the financial viability of the operation. So just to remind you as well, though, that we also get a royalty, I should have mentioned that, from Windalco, right? And the royalty remains, and the royalty is $1.50 per ton, and that will be at least 600,000 dollars over the, per annum over the next 2 years.
Hold on, opposition leader. Yeah. So we're just going through procedures. Okay. If Member Hannah would defer, then you could go first and and then her next.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Minister, so essentially by giving up the levy for the next 2 years, we're providing a subsidy to a foreign multinational operating here. That's something that's been done before, but I think it's something we should be very slow to do. The justification is the jobs that we're trying to save and some amount of foreign exchange earnings, though how we measure that and the net retention of that is very opaque to me. My question for you is, what commitments have you extracted from Wildanco in exchange for giving up this levy and providing them with this subsidy by the taxpayers of Jamaica for the next 2 years? From what you've said, their profitability is under pressure. How we know that, I don't know, because transfer pricing arrangements on the sale of their alumina are very difficult to really get behind. I know that as an employer there are some issues with how workers are treated. I'm familiar with that. I've met with their workers. Environmentally, we know the problems with the effluent getting into the Rio Cobre River and the damage that has been done repeatedly to that river and the life within that river and the livelihood of the fisher folk and others who rely on that river. So I really want to know where you think we're going with this enterprise and what commitments have you been given, firm commitments have you been given that they are going to make the necessary investments to enable this business to become efficient and profitable to the extent that we don't have to go back here again in 2 years and extend this subsidy to them, and the business will be a viable business going forward that can pay taxes, not just a royalty on the raw bauxite, but taxes on the value of the product that they are getting out of our wasting asset, which is bauxite, the reserves of which, as we know, are not infinite. So I'm very interested to hear what we're getting in exchange for this subsidy, what commitments have been given, and in what form are those commitments given? Are they contractual commitments that we can rely on and enforce, or what? Thank you.
Minister, if you would yield so that I could also ask you a question. And I want to, Madam Speaker, thank you for the leave to be able for me to ask a question. A little bit more specifically, Minister, UC Rosal now has a 50-year mining lease in my constituency. And they're about to start mining up in a place called Bensonton. They have been having community meetings with the people. They will go through the back part of Barrett Hall and start going up through Alderton, etc. These communities are communities of farmers, very close-knit communities, Madam Speaker. I know parts of your constituency have limestone, and when some of those marl pits are being dug out, the dust, and I don't even have to explain to you, even in Harbour View, what the people are going through with the dust. Minister, right now they're meeting with the people because there are going to be houses which may have to be relocated. They will have to build roads that bypass Claremont. I actually spoke, for example, with the head of UC Rosal to say we cannot put a road through the town, we will have to do it through the back. The leader of the opposition asked the question about what contractual arrangements are going to be in place if people renege, or if they're not a partner, or if they're giving up the subsidy, if we're giving up that subsidy, what will be the terms and conditions under which we can expect the company to perform, especially within communities where they will be mining bauxite and dislocating people. Now, I understand transnational corporations have to make a profit, But I also understand as a member of parliament that the people of my constituency, their interest comes first. I've had to go to Russia, not physically, but to even just go back and forth to Russia to ask for a minute piece of land for a rest stop for the people of a particular community because it was built for mining. Right now, we can't even use the money from TPDCO yet. They have wells in the area. We can't get access to the wells for the people. The problem that we're going to face in my constituency is that the reclamation of farming land, I don't even think the farmers recognize yet what is going to happen there. So while I've been speaking with UC Rizal as a conduit and we've been having the community meetings, etc., it is a real issue that, let us say, for example, they're having meetings face-to-face with just the company and the residents. What assurance do the residents of my constituency have now that they have any recourse against this transnational, international company if them farming land not come back, if they have the asthma that can't be taken care of, if they can't get the monies that were promised to them for a new relocation of the house that they were promised, if when they build the road, them tear down a retaining wall and I can't get NWA or Parish Council to fix it back. There's some real issues, Minister, and they have a mining lease for 50 years in that area. And so while we will be giving up 2 years, I am concerned because they've already built the road coming from Ewaton, coming down parts of Blackstone Edge, coming down. You know, member from Southwest St. Anne, and you know because you have bauxite. And typically, Minister, where constituencies have bauxite, it's very hard to access water. It's almost like you have bauxite, you don't have water. It's like a, so I'm really putting it on the table. I know Northwest St. Andrew don't have no bauxite, but these are real issues in rural constituencies. And I'm asking you to make sure that whatever arrangements are made, it's one thing for them to come off because they need the profits, etc., and to keep jobs. But people's lives, I don't know if you ever saw that picture of Southwest up in your constituency where they dug the bauxite and the house nearly dropped off. It was right down the line. And these are some of the things that we're now going to start experiencing in my constituency. Thank you.
Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, we have 60 years of history of the bauxite sector operating in Jamaica. And over that period of time, we have seen that the sector has declined significantly in the volume of production and in the number of companies operating. In fact, the industry today is a shadow of its former self by virtue of, or by reference to size and impact. The industry, however, Madam Speaker, continues to play a crucial role in the Jamaican economy. And the key to having that continue and for it to grow is for the operations to be efficient. That was true yesterday, and it's still true today. Now, alumina operations in Jamaica have been inefficient by comparison to international comparison for a long time. And that inefficiency is compounded by a cost that does not have a relationship with the profitability of the operation, meaning it's a cost, the levy, the way it's structured, it's paid regardless of whether the entity is making a profit or not. And it's one thing if we were efficient in other areas, we're efficient energy, efficient in other areas, and then we had this, but that's not the case, and as we know. Now, very similar circumstances today as was the case in 2012, which was the last time that we gave a waiver to Windalco, and in that case we gave a waiver for 6 years. Here we're talking with a waiver for 2 years. The nature of the commitments that we have and will have from Windalco are first and foremost to ensure that the jobs at Windalco are retained over the next 2 years, notwithstanding the losses that Windalco experiences over that time. And these are jobs that pay an average of $40,000 US a year, which is 7 times the national income average. There's also a commitment to increase production from 2022 levels by at least 10% in each of these 2 years. And in addition, both the government and Windalco intend to work together so that within the foreseeable future, and hopefully within the 2 years, the production facility at Ewerton can have efficient access to the higher quality and much better bauxite at the Kirkvine facility. In respect of the questions from the member from St. Anne, the points you made are extremely valid, and any entity operating in Jamaica, has certain social responsibilities depending on the sector that they're in, and bauxite companies, alumina companies, have a social responsibility to ensure that lands that have been mined are repaired, that people have access to certain things that are developed, and then, just things that are just courteous should be able to be achieved without undue sort of agitation. And I think that your constituents are well within their right to expect that kind of corporate behavior. And I want you to know that the government stands with you on that regard. I am not the Minister of Mining, but in my individual capacity, I stand with you in that regard. I know that the matters that are of concern to you are also of concern to the Minister of Mining. And I think he's here, or he was here, or is here. He stepped outside, and I believe that the concerns that you have raised will be addressed by him. Right, thank you. So profit sharing was introduced in 2016. There's a profit sharing amount that was received in 2017, and you remember what happened after. We had, wasn't there the Louisiana, the event in Louisiana, you remember? That brought the dual complex came kind of crashing down. So we had 2017.
So,
I think calculations
though
are...
I do not want to disturb you in flight, it would be wonderful to wrap up the session.
Yes, and I agree with you on that.
An abundance of leeway.
What I'm going to, as I said, we have received some, and then we had a big interruption with the event in Louisiana. I would have to get details to give you the full picture and the full story. Yeah?
Thank you, Minister. House Leader, we are going to now continue with the program as index at hand. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are copies of the report of the Standing Orders Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations to amend Standing Order 73DE of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives, and the report of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee on its deliberations on the second supplementary estimates and the Jamaica Public Bodies second supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2024.
Thank you. Reports from committees. Are you ready? We will take report from the Standing Orders Committee first.
Madam Speaker, permission to speak from a seat that is not mine.
Yes, you may.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following report. The report of the Standing Orders Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations to amend the Standing Orders to amend Standing Order 73D subsection E.
PAC report.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives a copy of the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-24 and the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary of revenue and expenditures for the year ending March 2024.
Thank you. Next, notices of motions given orally. Once again, Standing Orders Committee.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. Be it resolved that the Standing Orders Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations to amend the Standing Orders to amend Standing Order 73D subsection E, which was laid on the table of the House on the 19th day of July 2023, be approved.
No, man, that's fine. It's correct. Minister Malahuford, next.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Bail Act 2023. Thank
you.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-24 and Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary of revenue and expenditures for the year ending March 2024, which were laid on the table of the House on the 19th day of July 2023, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you. Public business.
Madam Speaker, presentation.
Hold a moment, Minister. We'll go just in the same order, standing order.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion, take the motion notice of which I gave earlier.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. In respect of suspension of the standing order, those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. That covers Michael. Now, I will have to ask for a recommittal because we did not call again the segment as it relates to presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, and so that's why I ended up having to skip over Minister Malahoo Ford. So we're asking for a recommittal. House Leader?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I ask for a recommittal of the item presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister Malahoo Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Bail Act 2023.
Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the Minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Bail Act 2023 be read a first time.
Thank you, Clerk.
A bill shortly entitled the Bail Act 2023 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
What? Oh, I'm going back to it. Public business. There are no members contributing to debate other than the chairman. We are not at committee stage. We're just allowing the chairman to complete presentation of the report at public business, and then we move to committee stage. So, Chairman, we're at public business, and it is just to conclude the debate on the report if there are no other contributions.
Madam Speaker, as we try to find our way through the maze, thanks for giving me the opportunity to present the report from the PAAC with the overview of the second supplementary estimates of 2023-24. The Financial Secretary noted that the second supplementary estimates proposed adjustments in expenditures totaling 29.33 billion, comprised of 14.8 billion compensation of employees, 8.94 billion recurrent programs, and 5.6 billion loans to public bodies. These adjustments were in four main purposes. These included transfers from the contingency allocation under the Ministry of Finance and Public Service to individual ministries, the allocation of one-off grants to the Urban Development Corporation, National Water Commission, and the municipal corporations to assist these entities in meeting their obligations. The provision of loans to provide working capital support to two self-financing public bodies, notably Petrojam and the Sugar Company of Jamaica Holdings, and adjustments to the central government estimates of expenditure as a consequence of changes in assignments of subjects and departments, agencies, and other public bodies. In relation to financing of the second supplementary estimates, the FS indicated that the 29.33 billion adjustment in central government expenditure will be financed as follows: 14.8 billion for compensation of employees will be financed through transfer from the contingency allocation for this purpose. 8.94 billion for recurrent programs will be financed from additional revenue flows arising from the performance of revenues to date. The 5.6 billion in loans to public bodies will be financed from cash resources. Findings and recommendations. A 5 billion loan to Petrojam. In relation to this loan, the General Manager explained that at the onset of the Russian-Ukraine war, it was anticipated that oil supplies might be disrupted. The oil had been purchased at about $120 a barrel, but prices has since fallen to $80 per barrel, and thus there was an impairment in Petrojam's account. Because of that impairment, Petrojam working capital financiers had expressed reluctances to continue their usual support, and thus the entity had turned to the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service for budgetary support. One member recommended that the government's previous practice of hedging on oil be revisited, and that might have reduced or eliminated the need for this large bridging loan for working capital support. Outstanding emoluments for former political ombudsman. It was the FS explained that the former political ombudsman had brought to it the attention of the Ministry of Finance and Public Service that in the salary adjustments exercised for 2015 to 2022, her compensation had not been adjusted, especially in relation to the annual increments. Hence, the outstanding sum is now provided. The FS reported that the loans to the Sugar Company of Jamaica Holdings was to make up for the shortfall in the entity's lease and management income. The committee inquired why a grant of 1.7 was included in the second supplementary estimate for the National Water Commission. The NWC, as a public body, was not included in the GOJ compensation restructuring exercise that is current, and that its current revenues were not enough to meet certain retroactive payments and some other amounts for compensation required in the exercise. The General Manager further explained that it had calculated that the amounts required for increased compensation was approximately 2.5 billion, of which it was asking MOFPS, Ministry of Finance, for the 1.7 billion in the second supplementary estimates. One member inquired that what was happening to public sector workers employed on contracts. The FS noted that it was the intention to convert as many contract employees to establishment position as soon as feasible. Actually, the FS said that this would be done hopefully by the end of the next financial year. But that given that thousands of persons employed on contracts with the public sector would be done in a phased process. FS added that the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service anticipated that it might take up to 2 years to get this resolved. One of the observations, Minister, in the committee also was how this exercise itself has hampered some departments within government namely the National Works Agency and their procurement department. And it was suggested that an overall look is taken right across the public sector so that incidents like what happened at the National Works Agency, where there were quite a number of contract workers and the bulk of them in one department. And because of the whole compensation review and trying to put them on the permanent role, that it had hampered the work of the National Works Agency. And that an overall look is taken over the total government to see where these shortcomings may be in departments and agencies, so that there's not a slowdown of government's productivity in the coming years until we complete this exercise. Madam Speaker, I would like to again thank the members of the committee, as the Minister called on Monday to table the second supplementary on Tuesday. And again, for about the umpteenth time, we are providing it in record time. But I also want to thank the staff that works with the committee for ensuring. And as I said to the Minister yesterday, that coming when we're off summer break, that we're going to get to the usual business of the PAAC, as we have not had a proper meeting of the PAAC in quite a while. And the supplementary budgets have taken up most of our time. So, Madam Speaker, I thank the committee, the members of the committee, and the staff that made sure that this report is ready for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if we have concluded the debate.
You have to move the motion for your report to be approved.
Madam Speaker, I now move. All right. Madam Speaker, I move the motion
to have your report approved.
For the report to be approved.
Thank you. The question is that the report from the PAAC committee be approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. We're back to public business on motion for the adoption of the...
Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, Madam. I'm a little confused.
So we are moving to standing finance.
Madam Speaker, I think I should be allowed to conduct the business of the House. And so at this time, Madam Speaker, I ask for the item notices of motion given orally to be recommitted. Thank you.
Notices of motion given orally. Minister Clark.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House. I'll move. Be it resolved that the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024 and the Jamaica Public Bodies second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024, which were laid on the table of the House on the 19th day of July 2023, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House for consideration and report. And be it further resolved that the committee, during its deliberations, take into account the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024 and Jamaica Public Bodies second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024, which were laid on the table of the House on the 19th day of July 2023. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business. Minister Clark.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Now,
Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024 and Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024, which were laid on the table of the House on the 19th day of July 2023.
Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The meeting of the House is suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet. The Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, is now convened. We will now ask Crystal Lee to pray. I don't know, let's turn on the mic and sit. You may sit.
Let us pray. Almighty God, as we come before your presence this afternoon as a Standing Finance Committee, we ask for your guidance, we ask for your direction and your wisdom. Please help this to be a fruitful and productive meeting. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Members, you would have remembered that on the 18th day of July 2023, the House of Representatives, by resolution, referred to the second supplementary estimate of expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024 and Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary of revenue and expenditures for the year ending March 2024 to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. The committee's report, along with the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024 and the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024, is now before us for our consideration and report. This committee is now ready to start its deliberations, and I ask the Leader of the House to inform us on how we will proceed.
So, Madam Chair, the Minister of Finance will speak to the report, say a few words, and then he's open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, House Leader. So the second supplementary estimates primarily concern making provisions for the implementation of the second year of the compensation restructuring. The restructuring is implemented over a 3-year period. The calculations for the second year would not have been available from ministries, departments, and agencies in preparation for the budget, and so a contingency amount was placed in the budget. And what the second supplementary primarily does is to allocate or to reallocate those amounts to the ministries, departments, and agencies so that payments can be made. It does not represent the full process. We will have to do other ministries, departments, and agencies once those have been finalized and accurately calculated. I'll, at this time, House Leader or Chairman, ask if there are any questions.
Thank you, Minister. I do have some questions. I'm going to start with the $5 billion loan to Petrojam. The report says Petrojam purchased oil at $120 per barrel somewhere near the start of the Russia-Ukraine war. Could you indicate, one, the time period, the dates, or the series of dates on which this purchase was done? Secondly, the 1 million barrels, could you indicate how the approximate usage, or how long does it take for 1 million barrels to be used in our system, meaning whether it takes 3 months, 6 months, etc. And then my final question, the basis on which, I know we were in an environment of uncertainty, I accept that, but the government's own projections for oil prices, my recollection was somewhere between $60 to $70 as per the ministry paper and the, what that book name? Yeah, about $70. The fiscal policy paper, yeah. Well, so my question really is three-bound. The time period that the oil was bought, the length of time that 1 million barrels would take to go through the system at Petrojam, and then the basis on which the price of 120 was used. I have other questions, but I'm starting with those.
Before the Minister takes the first set of questions, there is one amendment. The report provided to us, Jamaica Public Bodies, second supplementary of revenue and expenditure, should actually read first supplementary. Because in May, there was one, this would be the first supplementary. So even though it's a second, it's a first supplementary. Yeah, in the first supplementary, we only changed the central government tables. The public bodies were not changed. First one were the public bodies. So the technicality. Yeah. All right, so Chairman, the question, Petrojam requires a loan for working capital purposes. In respect of the specificity of the questions you asked as to when they purchased and so on, I would have to get that information for you. You know, Petrojam is run by its management and governed by its board. Those are, you know, sort of operational questions that I would have to get an answer to and get back to you. And I promise you that I will. I have the same questions.
Yeah, because it is now, I mean, $5 billion out of this supplementary is significant, given the other amounts that you're dealing with for the public sector compensation. So it is taking up the lion's share of the non-public sector compensation amounts. And it is a loss. And I mean, there are other questions I have about the determination of pricing in an environment where they have bought oil at a much higher price than the prevailing market rate, and how do you determine what you charge the public? But I think it is important that we understand, it's a difficult pricing policy to understand, and I was in that ministry, and it's not easy to understand, but $5 billion to cover something, a bet which, quite frankly, has gone the wrong way, is a significant amount that require some public transparency around.
No, absolutely. If the interpretation of it is accurate, absolutely. What I certainly am aware of is that certainly as prices get higher, working capital financing becomes more necessary, right? Because if you carry the same level of inventory in terms of months, if prices double, then you need twice the working capital to hold the same amount of inventory. I'm aware of that general issue that had affected Petrodram over the prior period and the need for more financing. What has been described here is a different thing, and I have to come back to you, and I would have the exact same questions that you would have on it.
Okay.
Yeah, the valid questions. Yeah.
All right, let me go to the public sector compensation. Can you confirm whether all the anomalies, particularly as it relates to the teachers and the Ministry of Education, whether those have been resolved by the ministry? That's first. Secondly, can you indicate what percentage of public bodies have settled their compensation with their workers? And if you could give me a percentage of the public bodies that have settled. And then third, in relation to the NWC, can you confirm whether the sum of the 1.7 billion would cover the heads of agreement that was just signed, which I know was done to avert the possibility of strike action, and whether there were any additional benefits that would have been extracted by the unions that would not have been covered by this 1.7 billion. So those are my three next set of questions.
With respect to the anomalies in the education sector, first, let's just make sure we have the same understanding of what an anomaly is. An anomaly is a difference in outcome as compared with what the policy ought to yield. Okay? That's the definition of anomaly. Some people have anomalies, an outcome that I don't like. But the definition of anomaly that we have the understanding with the JTA on is a difference, a deviation in outcome as compared to what the policy should result in. And with respect to the anomalies that have been formally raised by the JTA, where they provided a number of examples with pay slips and TRNs and so on, all of those the Transformation Implementation Unit, having checked each of those that were provided, there were no anomalies in any of them. However, in terms of the calculations, however, in some instances, there were conversion discrepancies, and those conversion discrepancies have been pointed out for the Ministry of Education to address them.
Well, I know you are not the Minister of Education, but can you say whether those discrepancies in conversion have been addressed, or give a time frame for, and how many persons we're talking about, and what amounts of monies would cover those discrepancies?
So I believe that they are being addressed, those conversion discrepancies. The number of persons for whom the JTA would have provided details, I'd have to estimate the number, but I would say that if I can do it from memory, it would be somewhere between potentially 15 people and 25 people, in that range. That is what they provided physically. Again, it's an estimate from memory. I don't know how many of them there was a conversion discrepancy in, but the conversion discrepancies are being addressed, and a mechanism for flagging these kinds of issues if they arise, I mean, has been, there's an understanding of what a mechanism ought to be, where they're pointed out at the local level, and the local level means the pay station, where the payments are actually being made and being calculated, which is a local, if it's a bursa paid school, the school, and otherwise the Ministry of Education. And I believe that
can I just
system is
interrupt you?
working.
You had set up a committee, or there was a committee set up to deal with these issues. Is that committee operational and working?
No, so there are two separate things. As I mentioned, anomalies which represent a difference in outcome vis-a-vis what the policy would have dictated or implied. Anomalies are first, or ought to be, the procedure are raised at the local level, which means at the school in the case of bursa paid schools, or at the regional office of the Ministry of Education in other cases. I think you're referring to on policy-based issues where we are in discussions with the JTA on policy-based issues. That has been delegated to a technical review committee consisting of members from the Ministry of Education, the JTA, and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service.
So just to summarize, based on your approximation, between 15 to 25 that have been brought to the attention of the government, and they are not anomalies as defined by you, but conversion issues, and you can confirm that those are being sorted out. Apart from that, you are not aware of any other issues from the JTA?
Yeah. No, I'm not. There are no other specific issues. We have policy, based issues. Yeah. So, no. So that is what has been officially brought to us.
But just to confirm, the policy-related issues, are those related to the compensation review?
Yes, they're policy-based issues, and they quite a few of them hinge on matters of interpretation, and those have been delegated to a technical review committee with all the relevant parties, JTA, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance, for discussion and resolution.
And that committee is meeting and dealing with some of
that committee, a date was agreed for the meeting, and the JTA later wrote that they having agreed to the date, they could no longer make that date, and they have proposed other dates. The three parties who constitute that technical review committee are dialoguing to set the date for the next meeting.
Are there any other public
sector? Or for the first meeting, rather.
Are there any other public sector groupings outside of the teachers for which there is a similar process to resolve outstanding issues related to the compensation review? Yeah,
so we are in dialogue with others, and I mean, the idea and the intention always has been for us to set up a process. We have a process that exists and has existed over the last few months where persons contact the TIU and have their issues addressed. But the only area in which we've had the type of challenges that we're discussing has been in JTA. We have other kinds of challenges and but the way it has manifested with the JTA is quite unique to them, the way it has manifested.
Can I ask, on the issue of increments, which the Confederation has raised publicly and said that they had not agreed to increments being removed, what is the position of the ministry on that at this stage?
I would say to you that there are a number of matters that we continue to discuss with the Confederation and with other unions, and the best place for that discussion is around the conference table with them.
So they remain outstanding?
We have this is a 3-year implementation. We're only a year and a half in. So we still have a year and a half to go, and a number of other
things to get done and finalized, including the performance element and other elements. So this is an ongoing process over a 3-year period.
Okay. All right, you can give me an update on the public bodies and what percentage have been satisfactorily completed?
I gave one, I gave that update a few weeks ago in one of my presentations, and if we're working with an approximate number of public bodies of, let's say, 145, of 145 public bodies, up to a few weeks ago, we had concluded with about 135 of them. So if you want to use percentages, that's 93%. And the ones that remain outstanding are the ones primarily of a regulatory / commercial nature. Those are the ones that remain outstanding. Okay. Right? Regulatory, commercial. And we only have about 10 or less than 10 out of 145 that remain outstanding.
All right. On the NWC, I'd asked whether the 1.7 billion would cover everything that would have been agreed in the heads of agreement yesterday. Does it? You remember the 1.7 billion is providing NWC with additional support. Right.
The 1.7 billion does not represent the totality of the adjustment that NWC is making to its wage bill. Mm-hmm. My understanding is that on receipt of the 1.7 billion, the NWC will be in a position to implement what it has agreed.
Okay.
Minister, so you're not expected to have to provide any additional financial support to NWC to finance the impact of this recent settlement that they've agreed this week? You're not expecting to have to provide any additional support over and above the 1.7.
You know, things can always change, but I tell you as that today, that's not my intention.
Going back to the Petrojam transaction, Minister, this budget, the supplementary budget, is approving a loan of $5 billion to Petrojam. But the circumstances which have given rise to the loss in Petrojam that necessitates this loan don't appear to be known. I must say I'm a little perplexed that we could be here today being asked to approve financing of this magnitude for Petrojam with so much unknown as to the circumstances which gave rise to it. For example, what we're told in this report is that Petrojam had taken it on itself to build up inventories to about 1 million barrels of oil as a precautionary measure at the onset of the war in Ukraine. And they did that at the top of the market at $120 a barrel. Oil prices subsequently have fallen significantly from then, and they've sucked up a huge loss of about $5 billion. I'd like to know who they bought that oil from, and I'd like to know who approved that transaction, which is outside the ordinary course of business. Because for them to take such a huge pricing exposure on inventory, it's a massive bet at the expense of taxpayers, $5 billion.
What I'd say to you, Leader Opposition, this is a report that came out of a committee. Before we kind of jump all in on the way in which the report is worded, I would sort of caution on that. The essence, and as I said to the member on your left, that the specifics of what he asked, I will certainly get from that entity. The essence of Petrojam's financial need and remember, this is a loan. This is not a subvention that taxpayers are giving Petrojam not to get back. This is a working capital loan to Petrojam, which will be repaid over the next 18 months. What happened is that when oil prices moved from the average level they were before to new average levels, which were maybe twice as much, their need for working capital financing increased dramatically. And that working capital financing was not available, that increase in financing was not available in the private sector on the terms on which Petrojam was prepared to secure it. Okay? There are terms for everything. So on the terms, Petrojam was prepared to secure it, and hence the request for the government to provide financing. It's not a subvention to cover a loss. I want to make that sort of clear. It's a loan to Petrojam to be repaid.
It's a loan to cover a loss, and it's a loan which, if that loss wasn't made, would have probably resulted in distributions that would have gone into the consolidated fund in due course instead of a loan. So it is a major issue. And what the report is saying is that the private sector lenders, i.e. the banking system and the capital market, was reluctant to continue supporting Petrojam because of the impairment in their accounts due to this massive loss. So this is a transaction that needs to be scrutinized extremely carefully.
Look, I'm reading the same report that you are, and it's a report that I am not pleased with. I'm saying to you, before we jump off on it, remember it's at this point maybe I don't know who is second or third hand.
No, it isn't. And just to help the minister, when these reports are compiled, it is either from a recording or from the Hansard that helps the clerk to prepare these reports. What was said in this was said by the Chief Financial Officer of Petrojam and the newly installed Managing Director who was here. They were reporting on the questions that were asked about Petrojam, hence what came in the report.
Let me just say that the way in which this is written, I would be the first to say requires more information, and I will request that information and share it with you in the House. The way the report is
I think we're going to be asking for a bit more than that.
That definitely requires.
We're going to be asking for a bit more than that.
Minister, the loan to SCJ Holdings, can you say what the terms of repayment are to the SCJ Holdings? Also, in respect of NWC, I see the grant of 1.7 billion, and we have been hearing recently that NWC has been making a profit or made a profit of over 2 billion. So I'm wondering why it wasn't considered for them to receive a loan as opposed to a grant.
A good question, member. With respect to NWC, I would have wanted it to be a loan as well, as you can no doubt understand. Unfortunately, NWC has a significant degree of leverage, and it probably would be a case of fooling ourselves if we insisted that it was a loan. And I think we're always better off acknowledging the reality up front. And the reality is that the support that NWC requires at this point is, shareholder support as opposed to loan support. With respect to SCJ, SCJ is experiencing a temporary cash flow challenge in that it is undertaking significant infrastructure works at Bernard Lodge, at the Bernard Dodge development, for which it will be paid an impact fee once the parcels are sold and title is in the name of the purchaser. As you can understand, that creates a cash flow challenge because you have to spend money up front, and then after the sale, you get the impact fee that replenishes what you have spent. And SEJ has had just a slight delay on the operational side of the development that has meant that there's a temporary cash flow gap is such that it needs funding.
The validity of the loan, and I'm just the terms of repayment for the loan. How soon do we expect that they will be able to repay?
Okay, with SCJ, we're in the process of agreeing that. We're coming here for the approval to give the loan. And in the loan documentation, we will express the time period to be repaid. But this is not a long-term loan, meaning it's not a loan beyond 2 years.
In respect of Petrojam now, we are all aware of the fact that there's a legal issue as it relates to the ownership of Petrojam. Venezuela has rejected the offer that was made, and they are taking the matter to the higher courts to see how best it can settle. In contemplating this loan, did you take into consideration any of that fact?
No, that's on a separate track. This is an operational matter that Petrojam needs the financing for its operations to continue in the normal course. That matter is a shareholder matter, and the appropriate forum to resolve any differences between shareholders, I think the appropriate forum is being sought on that matter.
So thank you, Minister.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, Chair, the amendments, oh, you did that part already? The amendments to the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 23-24 and the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024 are before us. I put the amendments.
Minister, remember, correction. As it relates to public bodies, it should read first supplementary. Just make that minor change. You don't have to. I will repeat it in asking the question.
So make it we're asking for the amendments to the Jamaica Public Body first supplementary estimates of revenue expenditure and the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 23-24 be put to the House.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Now, let me make it clear. There are no further amendments. The slight adjustment is only to the cover page of the public body's document to read first and not second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024. So I put the second supplementary estimates and the first supplementary of revenue and expenditure as amended. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This doesn't say public bodies. My apologies, I think I need to make a correction. I should not say as amended because we really have no amendment. That cover sheet is not to be treated as if we have an amendment. So we have no amendment. So I will put the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary revenue and expenditure for the year ended March 2024, which are before me. Is it the wish of the committee that I sign it? Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will now resume the... We will now... You have an We are now going to suspend the committee sitting, and I will... No, members, I'm asking you kindly to just bear with us and allow us to wrap up the sitting for the day. The committee is now adjourned. The House now resumes its sitting. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't think some members realize that the House has resumed. Hello? House has resumed. So I'm about to ask House Leader for the recommittal of the items, announcements, reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally.
Those in favor? I'm fine. Those against, the ayes have it. Announcements?
Also laid on the table of the House today are copies of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2024, and the Jamaica Public Bodies estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 31, 2024.
Reports from committees. Minister of Finance. Yes, it's ready. It's ready. Yes.
What I'm telling you. Madam Speaker, I must comment on the efficiency of the staff of the Houses of Parliament in having the report from the Standing Finance Committee ready in such an efficient manner.
Absolutely.
I have not experienced this before.
Absolutely.
And we have had no less than 15 supplementary budgets over the past several years, or even more. So kudos to you, but no, this standard is the standards we expect going forward.
As long as you don't have any amendments.
Yes. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-24 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary of revenue expenditure for the year ending March 2024.
Thank you. Minister, you may continue to stand. Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move, be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-24, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024, which were laid on the table of the House on the 19th day of July 2023, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business. Minister, just continue. Let's plow through.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister?
Madam Speaker, in this process, we are now passing the or we will shortly vote to pass the second supplementary estimates of expenditure, which arise on the need to primarily to move funds from the contingency account into the ministries, departments, and agencies to make sure that the second year of the compensation restructure can be paid. This represents, as I mentioned in my opening statement, only a partial distribution. There are some other MDAs for whom we're still dialoguing to ensure the accuracy in the calculations for the second year payments. Madam Speaker, it today could be either the penultimate or the last sitting of the House before the summer recess. And we know that at this time, the overhang of the inflation pressures, though the point-to-point inflation rate for the past 3 months has dipped to the levels of about 6%, we know that the effect of the double-digit inflation of last year is still being felt by the population. And we know and anticipate that as Jamaicans send their children back to school in September, those pressures could result in difficulties experienced by some families. As such, Madam Speaker, the Government of Jamaica will be making available to the Constituency Development Fund an amount that will allow each constituency to make available to its constituents $3 million for back-to-school initiatives. Madam Speaker, that $3 million for back-to-school initiatives per constituency can only be used for book vouchers and for tuition support. And not uniform, book vouchers and tuition support, for which you can get an invoice and so on, right? And, you know, at this time, Madam Speaker, it's coming together to ensure that a little support to help our kids going back to school. Madam Speaker, in addition, the Emancipendence holidays are upon us. And I know last year the initiative to ensure that across the length and breadth of Jamaica, Jamaicans had the opportunity to participate in those celebrations at the local level, in their communities. That went down very well. Not everybody can make it to the National Stadium for the wonderful event put on by the Minister of Culture. And therefore, Madam Speaker, through the Constituency Development Fund, we'll be making available $1 million per constituency for events in celebration of Jamaica's independence, as well as efforts to clean up local communities, towns, whether by virtue of beautification in the standard way, cutting of verges, etc., and also hosting of events at the community level. So, Madam Speaker, it is hoped that members of Parliament can be efficient in the use of those proceeds so that the Emancipendence holidays will be one that every Jamaican has reason to celebrate and enjoy.
Thank you, Minister. It would be wonderful to move that the Minister, if you don't mind, would you be so kind to move that the motion be approved to accept?
Madam Speaker, I move that the motion be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, at this time, I really want to thank the Minister. And I'll ask now, Madam Speaker, for you to invite the Minister to take the casino gaming minimum capital investment order as well as the general consumption tax amendment of schedule. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister Clark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand here to introduce the Casino Gaming Minimum Capital Investment Order 2023. This order, Madam Speaker, is meant to amend the minimum capital investment specified in Section 93D of the Casino Gaming Act to decrease the said minimum capital investment required by an applicant from $500 million United States dollars to $450 million United States dollars. This, Madam Speaker, is to enable Jamaica to benefit from significant foreign direct investment in Jamaica's tourism and casino gaming industries. Madam Speaker, as this Honourable House would be aware, Jamaica is being strategically positioned to develop its nascent casino gaming industry as part of our tourism product offerings. It is for this reason, Madam Speaker, that as Minister with responsibility for casinos and the gaming industry on a whole, I'm on the cusp of declaring an integrated resort development, which I have spoken about before in this House. You'll recall that we set up an enterprise committee, RFP was issued, we received bids, the bids, and so forth. On a previous occasion, I promised to make the details very soon, and I will keep that promise. However, let me remind this Honourable House that the grant of an integrated resort development order is a precursor to a casino gaming license. Madam Speaker, the establishment of a fully operational IRD will revolutionize Jamaica's tourism product, and this government is therefore prepared to foster and create an enabling environment within all lawful parameters to ensure the enterprise is successful. In previous amendments to this Act that I brought to the House, we would have streamlined and removed unnecessary and onerous legal and financial requirements that stymied the successful establishment of an operational IRD. I will remind the House that this legislation in the original form has been around from 2010, and we have not yet had one successful IRD. Madam Speaker, I give you that out of this process, we're going to have the first successful integrated resort development. So, just coming here today to a slight alteration to move the minimum $500 million US dollars, the minimum that the IRD developer needs to invest was set at $500 million, and this order just changes it to $450 million. I'll now present the specific provisions of the order. The enacting provision sets out the authority under which the minister responsible for finance is empowered to make an order amending the minimum capital investment which is specified at Section 9, subsection 6 of the Act. Paragraph 1 sets out the name of the order and provides that the order is to be read and construed as one with the Casino Gaming Act. Paragraph 2 sets out the amendment of the section 93D of the Principal Act, which states that the words $500 million is to be deleted and substituted with the words $450 million. In closing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to reiterate the importance which the government attaches to this matter as we advance development, enhance economic growth, and secure our nation's future. Madam Speaker, I now invite members of this Honourable House to join me in affirming this order.
Madam Speaker, just a couple of questions for the Minister. The movement from 500 to 450 is about a 10% reduction, which in the scheme of the types of investments you get in casino gaming doesn't appear to be a significant one. So I wanted to understand a bit better the rationale for this movement, whether we got a particular investor who came in at the 450 and we needed to amend to ensure that project would be implemented. Because, as I said, a 10% reduction for projects where people spend up to $1 billion US dollars seems low to make that adjustment. Secondly, in your previous presentation, I believe you had indicated that there was going to be a division in the island in terms of, I think, the north coast, the south coast, and some other areas. Can you indicate whether we have selected providers for, or whatever you want to call them, we have successfully gone through a process to select developers for each of the 3 areas. And then my third question relates to Tavistock and the joint venture with the government of Jamaica. And if you could provide an update on the status of that. I think I'd asked you during the standing finance prior to the budget debate. You provided an update then, which sounded as if we were moving in a positive direction. If you can give us an update now.
Thank you, Member. With respect to the first question, it's only out of an abundance of caution why we're making this amendment. We went to market with an RFP, and I'm answering your second question in this, and I'll come back to the first, with an RFP for applications for an integrated resort development license for 2 exclusive zones. One zone was the exclusive area of Hanover and Westmoreland, and then the other zone was the exclusive area of St. James. The third exclusive area is Trelawney and St. Anne. So those are the 3 exclusive zones. This RFP invited bids for 2 of those zones that I've just mentioned. And out of an abundance of caution, we're making the change from 500 to 450. We expect to be in a position in the very immediate future to be able to issue the first, well, not the first, to issue the first of the 2 IRD licenses that we would have advertised through this RFP process. And you will recall, remember, that we had set a loftier minimum capital investment, which was $1 billion, and we had that for over a decade, and we have not had, well, we had it for 13 years, and we have not had a single successful IRD over that time. And hence, with advice, we made amendments to change it from $1 billion to $500 million. And just out of an abundance of caution to ensure that everything goes smoothly we're making an adjustment from 500 to 450 million. The first IRD license that we will give, we expect the investment to be quite a bit over 500 million across 2 phases. But again, the amendments that we put in place are very, sharp and precise, and we want to just make sure that it's against the backdrop that we haven't had a successful investment. We want to make sure that this next one that we award is successful and is completed and goes the full stage to applying for a casino gaming license. With respect to the third question, the third exclusive territory is St. Anne and Trelawney, and the Harmony Cove development has exclusive, we intend to provide the exclusive IRD status to Harmony Cove for those 2 parishes. The government has had a joint venture with Tavistock in respect of Harmony Cove for the better part of nearly 20 years. And at a certain point in that time period, tax concessions would have been given in a completely different era and set of circumstances, but concessions that we intend to honor, but honor in a way that's consistent with the economic framework today. And our intention is to do it but at the same time as the tabling of a large-scale Pioneer and Industry Act that's revised, that allows other entities that are making large investments to avail themselves of the kind of incentives that large and pioneer industries we believe are fitting for them. The update, member, is that the there's been significant progress between the government-appointed Harmonization Board and Tavistock about signing a definitive joint venture agreement that replaces all agreements and that is modernized for the current time period. We made substantial progress. We're moving in that direction, and it's just a matter of finalizing it. A gate is certainly the tabling of the LPPIA legislation, and for that I depend on, cooperation, the Large-Scale Pioneer and Industry Act. Because what we want to do, we don't want to do it the way it was done. Certainly me as Minister of Finance, making every effort to adopt a transparent process in fiscal and monetary matters. I've been about deepening fiscal transparency, certainly with the establishment of Independent Fiscal Commission, with making detailed investments and capital investments available online on the website, putting in a transparent process for the appointment of directors to public body boards, and the list goes on. When it comes to tax concessions of this nature, we want to put in a transparent process as well, while recognizing what was already granted to harmonization. So what we don't want is when we cement or re-express that agreement with harmonization, tax concessions, that we have people knocking on the door saying, hey, can I get something like that as well? What we want to put in place is a transparent mechanism that says, if you meet these criteria, then you are eligible for consideration for tax benefits that go beyond the existing incentive provisions in legislation. And the crystallization of the new joint venture agreement requires that that legislation is available. And what we would do is at the same time that we re-express those concessions to the Harmony Cove Development Project, we would table legislation that makes similar kinds of concessions available to investors who are investing in large-scale projects and projects of a pioneering nature. And that's how we want to approach it, and hence why it's taking a bit of time.
Just one follow-up. So in essence, we've gone to market for 2 of the zones because one is already there. Can one developer apply in 2 zones? It's just one per zone, and there couldn't be commonality in terms of the ownership of the company that would apply in both zones. No. Okay.
Minister, in answering the question, I would ask kindly that after you answer the question, you go right into moving the motion so that we can approve.
Yeah, each zone is to be operated by an independent entity. So the expectation is that the 3 entities will be different entities. Now, we don't have, our merger laws are not at the level where people merge or so on. That's a different thing. But certainly at a ward, there are 3 different entities. Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The next and very short tabling of the General Consumption Tax Amendment. Scheduled Minister Clark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce the General Consumption Tax Amendment of Schedules Order 2023 and its resolution, which makes effective certain revenue measures that were introduced earlier this year. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned during the budget debate, these measures are aimed at creating an enabling fiscal environment to provide support to various sectors building on Jamaica's strong recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. The measures which form the substance of this order are 3-fold. The first, Madam Speaker, is a measure aimed at bringing equity and coherence to the second-hand sale
sector with respect to motor vehicles. It is aimed at, well, what happens today is that if you're selling a motor vehicle second-hand and you're selling it as an individual, you pay a flat GCT rate of X thousand dollars, and I think it is $10,000 that you pay as an individual. If you are a limited liability company and a registered GCT taxpayer, and you're selling a second-hand motor vehicle, the GCT is paid on the value of the motor vehicle. So if you buy a motor vehicle for $100 and you sell the motor vehicle for $110, you pay 15% GCT on the 110, which means you're not going to bother going to the business of buying a motor vehicle and selling it. So what we have inadvertently done by having this arrangement in place is that we have stymied the development of a second sale car industry. And so what happens today is that you go to a dealer if you want to sell your car, and the dealer will warehouse the car for you, put it on display, but when it comes to the sale, it's a sale between you and the buyer. And so you have to wait the 6 months, or the 3 months, or the 9 months for the buyer to emerge. Under this new legislation, what is going to happen is that, and for a registered taxpayer who's registered for GCT, the GCT will now accrue on the gross profit between the sale price, that's the amount, the difference between the sale price and the cost price. So if you sell a car for 110 that you bought for 100, you pay GCT on the $10, providing that that GCT is at least as much as $10,000. This, Madam Speaker, will lead to the emergence of a new subsector in the country that we don't have, with new services that we don't currently have, where you'll have dealers offering trade-ins. You bought a new car in 2018 and you want to buy another one in 2023, well, what they will say is, look, trade in the 2018 for X and just pay this amount as difference. A new industry. We'll have secondary sale businesses popping up that say, bring your car in and walk out with a payment for it the same day. Yeah? Walk out for the payment the same day. Because now you can buy the car, warehouse it, with the knowledge that when he sells it and pays GCT on it, he will not be at a loss. He cannot be at a loss because the GCT is just on the margin. So, man, see, I take particular pleasure in doing things like this, which are distortionary elements in our tax arrangement that on the surface seem to be doing, you know, there to provide revenue, but do tremendous harm in that there are unintended consequences that stymie economic activity. And this government is about creating the conditions for economic activity to flourish. And with this change, we expect a revitalization of the local market for pre-owned vehicles. The second and third measures, Madam Speaker, are incentives designed to stimulate investment in the agricultural and horse racing sectors in fulfillment of the government's mandate to create a sustainable environment for growth and proliferation of agriculture and animal breeding in Jamaica. It is a realization of this government's promise to give small farmers, as well as the horse racing industry, the support they need to succeed in ever-changing economic landscape. The reality is, Madam Speaker, let me deal with the goats first. We have to make ourselves protein resilient in Jamaica. Whenever commodity prices go up, we have a challenge, because those commodities like corn and soybeans are all that are useful for human consumption are also used to feed the animals from whom we derive our protein. Animals such as
chicken, and in some cases, people supplement cows with, right? And eat, right. Now, so what happens is when the commodity prices go up, protein prices go up, and the people of Jamaica who are on small budgets have a problem. The idea behind this initiative, Madam Speaker, is to diversify the supply of proteins in the country. And a good source of protein is goat. Indeed, curry goat is a favored source of protein in Jamaica. And some of us here, I know, really love a curry goat. No, but you'd have to put your hand up. Now, the challenge that we have, the challenge, and I know some people step up to the front once we start talking about curry goat, but the challenge that we have is that the supply of breeding stock of goats has been depleted. And so we're not in a self-sufficient position to be producing our own goats and growing the stock over time. And a big hindrance to that is that there's GCT applied when you import the goat. So we have a system where we need the goats to make our economy more resilient, but it is not cost effective to import new stock of goats because of the price that we're going to put on it. So we are making this provision, and it does not have to be a permanent one, but certainly one designed to restock the breeding stock of goats in the country. And the local goat farmers, I believe, have made representations to the Ministry of Agriculture that we can expect to see an importation of thousands of goats once this measure is passed. You import thousands of goats, what it means is that farming in local communities, goat farming becomes more viable, we have more sustenance in rural communities, and we have the beginnings of a revitalized industry from which we can have a reliable supply of protein. So I'm very happy, Madam Speaker, to be putting this one through. The third component, Madam Speaker, relates to the horses. Now, the horse race industry in Jamaica employs thousands of people. We have persons who turn up on race day in the form of the jockeys and the grooms and the attendants and so on. And we also have the persons who attend to the horses while they're being grown. And the challenge that we now face in the horse industry is that we have run out of reliable breeding stock. And the interbreeding has resulted in a poor quality of horses. And if we don't make a change, the horse racing industry will die. And if it dies, we're talking about jobs. You know, it's a consistent theme, Madam Speaker. The government is a government of jobs. And we're not going to wait until something happens with a job to do something. We do something before, proactively. So even just today, you see that we're addressing jobs in bauxite alumina. We're addressing jobs in secondary sale of cars. We're addressing jobs in goat farming. We're addressing jobs in horse racing. Man. Jobs, 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 jobs. So the idea here, Madam Speaker, is to have a regime that can incentivize the revitalization of the horse sector by making it more attractive for persons to import horses so that we can improve the local stock and the industry can grow from strength to strength. And there are some of us here who represent communities who depend on this industry, Madam Speaker. So now let me just give an overview of the measure, the orders. Madam Speaker, the first schedule to the GCT Act is being amended to clarify the application of rates when registered taxpayers purchase vehicles from individuals.
And by way of the notes to the section, the scheme is being introduced in the legislation to formalize transactions of this nature. With respect to the other measures, Madam Speaker, the changes are being made. I don't have to go through the clauses. I think you get the idea. We expect 6,000 goats to be imported over 3 years, and the measure with respect to, you know, the pig. No, it's not only goats, by the way. Sorry, I'm focusing on goats. It's goats and pigs and small ruminants. So when we talk about protein, we're equal opportunity. I know some people, I'm not sure about all, but some people don't eat the pig meat, right? Right. So I want to make it clear, Madam Speaker, the jobs we're talking about is not just goat farming jobs, but pig rearing jobs as well. Goats, pigs, and small ruminants, Madam Speaker. And we expect over 6,000 of these animals to be imported over the next 3 years. The provision will have a sunset in 5 years, okay? Because the idea is not to put at disadvantage our local herders once we get up to a certain level. So there's a sunset provision of 5 years. So I say to all persons in the goat rearing, pig rearing, and small ruminant industry to use the 5 years efficiently to restock your farms. Because when the sunset provision is up, those who have used it wisely will be at an advantage, Madam Speaker. So now, Madam Speaker, I am very happy about these 3 measures, which are focused on jobs, jobs, and jobs. And I now invite members of this Honourable House to approve this order to amend the schedule of general consumption tax so as to implement a general consumption tax on the second sale of motor vehicles, as well as to eliminate in the manner described, as well as to eliminate the general consumption tax on the importation of live horses, small ruminants, and pigs. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Just one question, Minister, in relation to the cars. My colleague will deal with the agricultural things. The intention to, I support the intention and the desire to cultivate a new industry. My question would be, do you believe it is going to burden TAJ in terms of the determination of the GCT that is owed? Because the GCT is now going to be the difference between the cost and the selling price, which would require, in our environment, some amount of monitoring and policing to ensure that you collect what you're supposed to. And so my question would be, there's always a balance between the potential growth in the industry and the additional resources that are going to be required to ensure the government gets what it should be getting, given the nature of informality in our country.
So, Madam Speaker, the measure is intended to introduce greater formality in the sector. I mean, the question is a very good question. In that, what happens now is that cars trade secondhand, but they trade in a manner that's very inefficient. You are correct that, like in other matters that are similar to this, there's an opportunity for persons to probably misrepresent what they paid. Customers who sell to dealers will expect that they will be required to make sure invoices are presented. And, you know, TAJ will just have to do its work, and I'm sure there'll be an audit here or there that makes sure that dealers are operating above board in how they report on the cost of the vehicles that they purchase. But the fact that human nature can fail is certainly not a reason to not provide an environment where this, yes, well, I know you support it, but TAJ will definitely have to get, have the resources to make sure that they keep, the industry within scope.
So, Madam Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Minister, the question is in relation to importation of goods. First one is if there is a limitation on the age of these goods, because what we don't want is for farmers to see this as a loophole, where they no longer have to be spending time raising goats, but buy the goats cheaper overseas, bring them in, no GCT, and then pass them on to the consumers. So that's something that we must consider. So I believe we have to be clear and ensure that there's an age limit. If there's goats, it can't be any goats that are so mature. I know it's live goats, and that's the point. Because we have a bigger problem, which is predial larceny. And though we might want to say, yes, bringing in goats will improve the farming activities, the predial larceny is what is really causing a problem with goats in this country. And most of the goats produced here are really passed on to our neighbor, which is Haiti, and exchanged for guns. That is the reality of the situation. So we have to be careful about how we think through these things. Also, pigs, swine flu, African swine flu is a serious issue. I don't know if that we have thought through that as well in terms of the importation of live pigs and the likely impact it may have on our local pig stock, because many times, we don't really have a problem with pigs in Jamaica, because a lot of times our farmers have to be culling to it because they can't even afford the feeds to feed these pigs. So, I mean, we have to be careful in terms of how we roll out programs like these, because it might sound good on paper, but in reality, it might very well hurt the industry.
Thank you, member. Risk is a part of life, and there's no doubt that there is a risk with every measure or step that we take. But, we have to be courageous to do what is right by the industry and work to minimize the risk. But the point that you made is a good point, and it's the reason why we are establishing a 5-year period for this. And when 5 years come and the GCT goes back upon pigs and goats and ruminants, I hope I'll have your support. I'm being a little presumptive there. But, but I hope it will have your support, right? Because the truth is that it's not something that we want indefinitely, because if we have it indefinitely, then what will happen is that persons who are invested in producing animal meat in the country will experience unfair competition from abroad. The purpose of this is to restock the supply, and it comes at the request of the farmers themselves. So this is not something that the government is doing in isolation. The farmers in these specific sectors, goats and pigs and small ruminants, are requesting this provision because of the dire state of the breeding stock. Yeah, but it's a temporary measure, and I know the veterinary department normally errs on the right side, and sometimes there's complaint that they're too strict in terms of importing of foreign animals. So I know that they go the extra mile to protect us from foreign-born illnesses and viruses. But points are taken. I hope my responses suffice.
Thanks, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favour? Those against, the ayes have it. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Want to thank all the members who participated today.
Please continue your conversation outside. Minister Clark, we were very quiet and listened to you. House Leader is on our feet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all the members who participated today. And Madam Speaker, it is not contemplated for us to do any further business today. I therefore ask that the House adjourns for a date to be fixed. However, Madam Speaker, I'm just putting members on notice that we could meet on Tuesday. But we are officially adjourning for a date to be fixed.
Thank you, House Leader.
Thank
the
you,
question
Madam.
is that the House do now adjourn for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.